Home Run Derby. That was a Carabas, I think. That was it. Do any other nicknames for Durbin? Do we have anything else? I like those too. I don't think we need too many more.
I mean, yeah, the Jones and Keefe experiment back in spring training.
That was
Scrappy. Scrappy Doo.
Scrappy Doo, right. I was going to say. Do you remember Dustin Pedroia when they started calling him like the My Little Pony or whatever, but in Spanish? You remember that? Like Cabalito or whatever. And they like said it on like the Fox broadcast. And then they translated it. They're like, that actually means My Little Pony. Durbin, yeah. Scrappy Doo, which I feel like you got to retire that now that he's been, huge part of this offense. Huge part
of it. Retired that after like 2 weeks.
Yeah, I feel like you got to. The Durbinator I like. Home Run Derby I like. Yeah, whatever. You got more ideas, you can send them in. 617-779-7937. You can text them in as well. It's also been brought to my attention that the sound on the video is not working. But I believe that has now been fixed. Yes.
We should be good now.
Should be good. Okay. If not, they'll definitely let us know.
I know how to run Twitch now.
Good.
They showed me how. Shout out Mitch for showing me all last week.
Shout out to Mitch, indeed. Mitch works very hard. We certainly appreciate Mitch. And this segment here, Red Sox Review and the Christian Arcand Show, is brought to you by Nissan. You deserve a car that thrills you. Nissan has an exciting full line that will put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Let's hear from Chad Tracy, the manager of the Red Sox. He spoke after the game, and here's what he had to say.
Awesome. Yeah, you're right. It was like 3 or 4 strikeouts, but in so doing got a lot of early count swings. You kind of look up and saw the pitch count where it was at. A lot of early count swings, a lot of weak contact, had the fastball, got on the hands quite a bit. We needed a deep start. We got a great deep start, needed a win, gave us a win. He was awesome.
Get the last 17 in a row, and he's a rookie. We're talking about innings and all this stuff, and he goes out and he's stronger as it goes. What does that say about him?
I just think he's... I think we've seen that a couple of times, including the last outing where it was more strikeout oriented. But he's fantastic. He's been really good, and we're going to need him to keep doing that down the stretch. But it was a really good outing.
Did any sense that the way he pitched was intending to try to go deeper in the game and not necessarily chasing strikeouts?
I don't think so, no. I think that's more a product of, you guys have seen outings where, sometimes he's very effective in the zone, and some of those weak outs are just foul balls, and that drags the pitch count along, maybe. Today, they happen to be just well-located pitches that he was able to get off the barrel, and we get early count weak outs that enabled him to pitch deep.
How would you describe the grinding that Durbin has been doing lately?
Yeah, he's been doing that for 2 months, so we got some good at-bats. I got to give tip your cap to Wilson on the bunt. That was on his own. It was awesome. And in the moment, you're like, and then when it happens and you see it unfold and the infield's in with third and you kind of like your chances and he hits a grand slam. But it's fitting, I guess, a team baseball moment sparks the bats to come alive.
Durbin said that Wilson said, I'm going to bunt. They're going to walk Yoshida. You're going to hit a grand slam.
I didn't know that, but as you watched it unfold, I saw him do it, and then even after the first one, I don't think they thought he was going to do it, and everybody kind of he almost beat it out. And then, you end up with, like I said, the walk to Massa, which is probably what I would do, and then you end up with Derb, who's a very high-contact hitter, ball-and-play type hitter with the infield in. You kind of looked at it, and you liked it, and you got a pitch to hit and smoked it.
Was there any incentive going against a guy like Scherzer?
Say it again?
I think Peyton was at all incentivized going against Scherzer.
I think Peyton was just incentivized by, we needed a good start, we needed a win. I think that was all the incentive he needed.
Was there any thought of giving him the 9th? And did he ask for it?
No, I think he if I would have given it to him, he'd have taken it, but gave me a hug, and I said, good job. He said, I was tired, so he was good. And also at the time, it ended up being a long wait, but you're at a spot where it's only 5, and if you do send him back out there, you have to start managing, do I have enough room to get him all the way to Chappie? And if not, if there's somebody in the middle there, you might not be able to manage that. So he had done his job, and that was plenty.
What does it say to you about a young pitcher being able to do things different ways, find ways to get out, see what, strikeouts last time, this time it's more, weak contact?
Yeah, I think he's evolved as a pitcher from his first year last year when he was in Double-A and working his way up. And it was mostly all fastball, and now you watch the arsenal and you see the cutter and not just that, but his ability to command the pitches and get him to spots that he wants. The curveball's become more of a factor here the last handful of outings, changeups there, so he just continues to get better.
Can a guy that big be a crafty lefty?
At times, I guess. I wouldn't call it crafty when you're getting in on the hands and stuff, but he's had outings like that before where it doesn't always have to be strikeouts, and again, when he has those, that's where you look up and go, this is looking like a deep start just based on where the pitch count's at.
And that said, Jeff, obviously a lot better for the weekend.
Helps the bullpen, which needed it as well.
There you go. That was the manager, Chad Tracy. Cool detail there. That's Caleb Durbin. The way that grand slam unfolded, I thought was very cool. Ceddanne Rafaela, infield single. Wilyer Abreu, singles Rafaela to second. Contreras tells Durbin, I'm going to go up there and bunt. They're going to walk Yoshida, and then you're going to hit a grand slam. And I'm sure everybody thought, yeah, you're going to bunt. Okay, Wilson Contreras, sure. Instead, that's exactly what happened. He bunted them over. Masa Yoshida was intentionally walked. This is a 1-0 game, by the way. And then with one out, the bases loaded, Caleb Durbin got a sweeper that did not sweep. Well, it did technically sweep. But it was like, it kind of looked like a wiffle ball, like a wiffle pitch that just hangs there. It moves, but you're watching the arc and you're like, oh, that's right in the middle of the chair. Just bam. And Durbin did not miss it. A 380-foot home run. And I'm only talking about that. I know many would be upset to hear me spoil what could definitely be on the Dong Report later, but it was too important to the story of the game for me to just ignore it and not talk about it. We already played a clip of it in the feed and then another one to start the segment. So what do you want from me? 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We'll get to your phone calls here in just a moment as the Red Sox now back to 9 games over 500 at 65 and 56. The road trip continues as they head to Pittsburgh, take on a Pirates team that's been, I don't know, as the midday show might say, kind of a frisky team in Pittsburgh there. You're getting Skeens, but he's not been playing well. The Pirates are at the bottom of their division, but it's a very good division, and they're only 5 games under 500. So if they were in the American League, they'd be right there in the wild card chase. They're not good for the National League, but that doesn't necessarily carry over when they're playing these interleague games. You got Skeens on Sunday. Jake Bennett's going to go tomorrow, Sonny Gray, and then Patrick Sandoval. Turning over the rotation to Suarez against Arizona back at Fenway on Monday. And then Tolley goes again on Tuesday in that D-backs game. D-backs now another team that's suddenly gotten hot. Tampa Bay Rays are a very hot team. The Red Sox, you want to feel like, all right, we can give them the benefit of the doubt here. They lose a few games in a row. It didn't really affect their standings all that much. They're right where they were before. The only thing that really changed is that the Yankees won some games and created some distance, but the Yankees did lose today. So Red Sox pick up a game there. And that, I think, is still something that you can not hang your hat on, but something that you can look at and think, well, if there are any aspirations for this team to get to the top of the American League East, the Rays are going to have to cooperate, and right now they're definitely not doing that. They've won, 10 in a row? And coinciding with the Red Sox and their 5-game losing skid, that really sort of pushed that one out of a realistic space, I think. Even as hot as the Red Sox are able to get, I just don't really see the Rays going in the tank like that. The Yankees, though, you can catch the Yankees. They're still catchable. And we'll see if that becomes something that is prioritized or not. I don't really think it makes a difference. As far as I'm concerned, staying in the playoffs is really all that matters to me. Because I truly believe with Peyton Tolley, Sonny Gray, Jake Bennett, and hopefully Suarez or Sandoval, depending on which one of those guys can give you more innings. I don't think you're going to tell Suarez he can't pitch in the playoffs, but I am getting a little tired of just watching him go 5 innings max. And Sandoval, I like, and they do win games that he starts generally, but that's also not a guy that I think has tremendous postseason pedigree. We'll see. But I do think that you have a very dangerous rotation, that not a single team in the American League or the National League, for that matter, is going to want to see in a postseason series. And if the Red Sox can hold on, if the offense can play well enough to get them there, I really do like their chances. I really do. Even watching in the losing skids, watching the way this team pitches, that really matters a lot more in the postseason. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We'll get to your phone calls right after this. Also, we will get to some Patriots news from camp. The Patriots playing tonight. First preseason game. We'll give you a little primer on that as well. Don't go anywhere. It's the Christian Arcand Show.
93.7.
WEEI, Boston's sports original.
Jersey on, snacks in hand. Make Beasley's benefits part of your game day ritual. Get 50 cents off per gallon or $5 off in-store when you sign up. Download the app or visit Beasley'sBenefits.com. Save on food and fuel at All Town Fresh, Extra Mart, and more. Terms apply.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
House has created a family of products to cover all your diesel additive and lubrication needs. From warm weather additives like Diesel Defender and Meter Power Cleaner to cold weather treatments like Diesel Treat and Diesel Lifeline, House always has your year-round solution. Plus, with over 1,001 uses, House multi-purpose lubricator and penetrating oil can help you with your DIY projects and more. So grab a House product to become part of the family. House, tested, trusted, guaranteed. Learn more at houseproducts.com.
I felt a jackhammering pain in my jaw.
Like someone sawing my bones.
Barbed wire in my shoulder.
Like a cattle prod in my hip.
Like I put my foot in a blender.
Pain is different for everyone. But where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50-milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain. Before those signals tell the brain to feel
like I punched an angry beehive.
And pain reduction can finally begin. Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes. To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit Jernavix.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, it's Eric and Renee Peabody with Window World of Boston.
When it comes to new windows, most homeowners don't have all the facts. When you work with Window World, your curb appeal goes up. Windows beautify your home, and we offer a wide selection, including custom wood.
We also never use high-pressure sales or gimmicks. Our customer volume lets us deliver everyday low pricing from as little as $99 per month for a house full of windows installed.
New windows also improve the value of your home, and with built-in energy savings, they help pay for themselves. Your energy bills could go down by as much as thousands.
Plus, all our windows are Energy Star rated, but we encourage you, shop around. We're simply the best for less.
We've also got award-winning customer service, and we've earned the Good Housekeeping seal of approval. So while $99 a month for a house full of windows installed is impressive, we're even prouder of our 5-star reviews. It's time to love where you live. Locally owned.
Nationally known. Visit us at windowworldofboston.com.
With big value at participating McDonald's, get our meal deal featuring a McDouble, 4-piece McNuggets, small fry, and a small Coke for $6. Or get a McChicken meal deal for $5. Price and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
You can listen to WEEI on your smart speaker.
Just say, play 93.7 WEEI.
The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
I wanted to follow up on that and see, what did you learn from that counseling? And how did you balance that personal commitment with getting ready for this season?
Well, I think we always look at improvement, as we talk about getting ready for the next season.
We always look at improvement and ways that we can improve individually and, how we can improve as a team. And it's really critical that we continue to do that on and off the field. I believe in that. I believe in everything that we can do to help this football team, to help our coaches, to help, myself and everybody else included, and how we, this journey that we're going to go on, is going to be completely different than the one we went on last year. And that's all of our jobs is to prepare for it now. So really focused on our improvement individually and as a team, and that's something that we can do today.
Yeah, here comes Amos. Now Amos Moses was a Cajun. He lived by himself in the swamp. They hunted alligator for living. They just knock him in the head with a stomp. The Louisiana law gonna
Christian Arcand Show here. What was this guy's name again?
Jerry Reed.
Jerry Reed. Forgot about that. Yeah, we had that Jerry Reed show. That was great. Christian Arcand Show here, WEEI. Nothing says opening night of the preseason like old Jerry Reed and the Patriots taking on the Indianapolis Colts, who they had joint practices with this week. Will be happening tonight. Wanted to get into that a little bit. We will get to your Red Sox phone calls as well. I see those lined up, so don't go anywhere. We'll get to them in just a minute. But I wanted to very briefly, I don't get a lot of full shows these days with all these Red Sox games, okay? It's just the way it is. All right? I've made peace with it. It's how it is. I don't get to spread as much of my propaganda as I'd like. Certainly not when it comes to the Patriots or things not Red Sox related. So I didn't really get a chance to talk about the incredible way that Mike Vrabel sidestepped that question. I mean, that was tremendous. That was one of the funniest things he's ever done, I think. I know that he's like a wise ass and he busts balls and all that, but like that was genuinely funny. That was like legitimately funny. There was a, The Onion. You ever read The Onion? It's like a parody news paper, and they have
I've never heard of it.
All right, well, I guess it's an old guy thing. They had a funny article, and it was like it showed a picture of like a dad and his son, and the headline was "Sex Talk devolves into dad rambling about Bo Jackson," which I thought was pretty funny. And that's kind of what happened here. That was like a sexy question about the counseling, and it devolved into him talking about the offensive line, which was pretty great. I mean, listen, pretty good. A very general response. He emphasized the improvement both on and off the field. And then he started talking about the chemistry on the offensive line, which is just masterful. I mean, really. We watched and listened to 20-plus years of Bill Belichick. And his method, he wouldn't answer a question like that either. He might not even try to answer it. He might just stare at the reporter. Ted has mentioned this a few times, and he's right. Bill Belichick is not uncomfortable in awkward situations. In fact, I think he kind of thrived on them. I think he liked making it awkward with the press. And the more silence and discomfort there was, the happier he was. Yeah. I agree with a lot of things Ted says about Bill. I know he's getting a lot of crap for that right now, but I stand with Ted on most of it. I didn't hear all of it. He said some things I disagreed with, but as far as the Bill stuff's concerned, I mean, listen, I never had to deal with Bill like that, like he did. And not everyone felt that way. But he did, and it's his show. So, that's what I expect to hear when you discuss that topic. What do you think? He's going to suddenly just change his entire opinion of a guy? Why would he do that? That would be very insincere. That would be fraudulent. Ted is no fraud, that's for sure. Anyway. Mike Vrabel. That was great. That really was great. I enjoyed that a lot. I also am not enjoying at all the Christian Gonzalez holdout, which is definitely what this is. Definitely what this is. There was talk that no, he's actually not there because he landed awkwardly in a practice play, and then no one ever mentioned that again. The team never made that official. It was just that's all that was. Right? Yeah, that's all that was. Then Gonzalez comes out with an Instagram post that says it should be over by now, or it should have been done by now, whatever it was. Was that from a song or something, by the way? Do you know about that? Do you know what that was? I looked to young people for references.
What he posted on his story?
On his Instagram story.
Yeah, it was lyrics from one of the songs from Gunna.
Okay.
It was essentially just, I don't know Gunna lyrics exactly, so I don't know the whole situation, but essentially Gonzo was saying the lyrics were, it should have been done by now.
Should have been done by now. Is that a message to the team? Is that a message to his own agent? Who knows? Only Christian Gonzalez holds those answers, and I don't think he's going to go ahead and tell us. But don't get it twisted here. He wasn't there. He didn't show up. If he was just banged up from a play, you think he'd be there. You think he'd be somewhere. And he wasn't. And why should he be? The Indianapolis Colts, who you were practicing with, don't care if Christian Gonzalez gets injured or doesn't get injured. That doesn't mean anything to them. Not saying they'd go out there and target him, but let's say one of them did. Or let's say, it's right on the edge. There's the whistle right on the edge, and they go and lay a block on, you don't want to have that happen, but one way to make sure it won't happen is you don't go out there. You don't show up. And I don't blame him. I don't. I do wonder what the end game is here. I do wonder what exactly it is that he wants. Like, I'd love to have, like, a figure in mind. Because I feel like that's kind of lacking. We've heard most money ever from for Patriot, most money for defensive back. And that's what Robert Kraft told us. We don't know all the details there either, really. But I would like to have some kind of idea of exactly what it is he's asking for. Because we know what, McDuffie's making, and we know what some of these other highly paid corners are making. But we don't really know that that's where Gonzo is with his ask right now. We don't know where it is. We know that at one point there was reports that he wanted to be one of the highest paid defensive players in the league, which I still think was, or I thought at the time anyway, was an early negotiating ploy, right? Like, this is where we're going to start, and we'll meet somewhere in the middle, like any negotiation. And you start up in the sky, and then you land down, somewhere a little further, but at least you started up high, and then you had to make them come down. That's how it works. Make them come up or whatever. But the fact that we haven't really seen much progress here tells me either, number one, Gonzalez is being unreasonable, which is possible. He might be. Him and his agent might have decided, hey, listen, we're not taking anything less than what I set out for. Otherwise, I'll be doing a disservice to the union and whatever other crap they say to themselves to justify this type of stuff. Really, that's all it is. Or the Patriots are being inflexible because they don't want to go that far, because they still want to have some kind of flexibility, maybe to, trade him somewhere down the line or what. But whatever it is unfortunate. It's unfortunate to see this team go down this road with an elite player in 2026. It was one thing when you were doing this in the Tom Brady years. You did it all the time, and it worked out fine. Brady was always there to save the day. And then when Brady left, that whole thing kind of stopped. And even for 10 years while Brady was here, that thing didn't work. It just didn't. You moved on from a lot of corners. You went 3-4 years without really much of a secondary until you finally went out and brought in Revis. And then you spent money on Gilmore, and you sort of did things like that. We all sort of remember the sequence there. But from 2004 to 2014, there was a real problem in that secondary after Asante Samuel left. And then, you had some dark days there after McCourty's rookie year, like you just couldn't really, Ellis Hobbs and, guys like that. It just wasn't really working out that way. And now you have this homegrown stud of a corner who didn't just have a great season, but also went in the Super Bowl and played his ass off and really showed the world that he's one of the top players at his position in the whole league. And now we have a negotiation that's become public, and I think has become kind of acrimonious. That's what it seems like to me. And I feel like that didn't need to happen. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. Let's get this mouse going here as we go to the phones. And how about our guy Steve in Fall River, who wants to talk Red Sox? Go ahead, Steve. Steve?
Yes.
Hello.
Can you hear me, sir?
Loud and clear, Steve. What's up?
Christian Gonzalez is under contract.
Right.
This isn't, this is, new. This is the new way. Do you remember when Tom Brady got T-boned in Brookline?
Yes.
Okay, he wasn't even he didn't have any contract. He could have been injured with zero contract. And the guy played, but they'll work it out. Caleb Durbin's been very good, and this is not an anti-Caleb Durbin call. He's had 2 Grand Slams in the last week, and he's still 1 RBI behind Jared Durant, the whipping boy. This sick nonsense that people want to be a whipping boy. Abreu drops a ball in right field, makes a few errors. The other guy, Gold Glove at first base, drops a pop-up. But, boy, they all remember something Jaron Duran did, but they don't remember. And you keep telling me I'm laser-focused on RBIs. I'm not laser-focused on RBIs. He has 52 runs scored. There's 113 runs. Well, okay, Steve, what does Caleb Durbin have combined? 117.
He scored more runs than Jaron Duran has. He scored 57 runs. I don't know if that includes tonight. I don't know if they added that up yet, but I'm looking at that.
Yes, it does. Guess what? He's 3 ahead, 117, 113. And this is not an anti-Caleb Durbin call. This is a reality check. I'm the reality check guy.
Okay.
This guy, his batting average, okay. I don't see a stat for team batting average vis-a-vis scoring runs.
How about his on-base percentage, Steve? How about his on-base percentage? It's under 300 this month and all year.
So imagine how can he account for 113 runs?
Because he's slugging. He's slugging better. When he does get a hit, he generally drives and runs, and it's an extra base hit. That's usually it. He just doesn't get a lot of hits. That's all.
So why is that bad?
Why is it bad not to get a lot of hits? Is that a serious question?
No. Why is it bad that he has? How are you negating the fact he has 113 runs? He's accounted for 113 runs.
I understand that, Steve.
You want to celebrate
because the guys behind him drive him in when he gets on base.
And the guy who's hit 2 grand slams in the last week just slunked Slunked ahead of him.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks, Steve. Let me just give you a couple of numbers here. And we can, if he's still, I mean, listen, I can't have you on all night. But in the month of August, okay, they have played 3, 6, 9, 12 games. And the Caleb Durbin numbers in that span, he has 2 home runs and 15 RBI. Coming into the game tonight, his batting average this month was 275, 362 on base, slugging 400 for the month. Jaron Duran this month is hitting 244, which is one of the better months that he's had. His on base is 295, and he's slugging 537, which is substantial. I mean, that matters. He's hit 3 home runs this month. He's hit 3 doubles. He's driving in runs, and when he does get hits, he tends to get extra base hits. And the total bases are, they're there. That's you can't deny that. This is one of his better months, absolutely. But it's still a month where he's not really getting on base at much of a clip. And and when he does get on base, the guys behind him drive him in, which, again, that's good, but that's not really a great testament to him and how often he's getting on base. He's getting on base at a pretty low rate. But he does drive in runs. You're right. He's driven in some runs. When he comes up in that position, sometimes he does. I've seen him strike out a lot with runners in scoring position. He's not having a good year. I just don't, I wasn't talking about Jaron Duran. You call in to defend him, and so then I have to give you the actual reality, which is the Jaron Duran season has been pretty bad. Caleb Durbin was having a terrible season, worse than Duran's to start the year. But Durbin legitimately got hot. He didn't just, when he rarely got on base, driving some runs here and there. That's basically what Duran's season's been. And you can dress it up however you want and cherry pick whatever numbers you want to cherry, but it's fine. I mean, listen, when the team was winning, they were winning in spite of Jaron Duran. They weren't winning because of him. We all know that. I think we also all know that if Roman Anthony comes back and shows you anything at the plate, that job is going to belong to him full time. And Duran is going to be maybe a late inning pinch hitter or defensive replacement or whatever. I don't know. DH maybe. Probably still see him in the lineup here and there. But if Anthony comes back and looks like what we all thought Roman Anthony was last year at any point in, the next month and a half, then that's probably it for Jaron Duran. And I think that's just the reality of it. I don't, you want to say it's unfair, fine. You can think that if you want. But I'm just telling you, I think that's the way the team is looking at it. I can't imagine that they aren't. Statistically, I don't think it makes any sense to look at it any other way. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. Went way over here, so let's go ahead and take a break. When we come back, we'll get to more of your Red Sox phone calls, and ESPN graded out, Dan Orlovsky graded out all the quarterbacks in the NFL for various different topics and characteristics and attributes. We'll see where Drake May landed on those lists right after this.
Let me tell you something. When you sign up for your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. And then you may or may not hear from them again until it is time for renewal. Your business runs all year, and so do the gaps and the risk. That's why I'm introducing SuperSure. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex just to buy a policy online. SuperSure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like Fine Print Facts, which translates your current policy into plain English, so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus, a business value calculator, so you can estimate what your business is worth, so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Go to supersure.com. That's supersure.com.
Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC. A licensed insurance agency.
The greatest fear in home repair is the unknown. But Ranch Roofing cuts through the confusion with a dedicated on-site project manager and dedicated crews that treat your home like it's their own. We are proud to serve families throughout Boston and Metro West with transparent pricing and no obligation estimates, so you can stop worrying about who's on your roof and get back to what matters under it. Visit ranchroofing.com for a free estimate. Ranch Roofing, it's not just a roof, it's the people under it.
What an atmosphere tonight. The stands are packed. Down here, two fans side by side, both holding a Heineken. Promising start. The chant begins. Listen to that. Perfect sync. Corner coming in. They lean forward together and goal! Arms up. They cheers. Wait, that's a hug. That's a hug. Let's check the replay. Yes, two strangers at kickoff. Friends by full time.
Fans have more friends. Find yours in the stands. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
If your body is 60% water, why are you filling it with stuff that tastes like it came from a garden hose behind a gas station? You could have a fountain of youth right inside your own home. Life Source, powered by Duggan, is a whole home and whole body approach. Duggan, the exclusive New England contractor for Life Source water filters, is here for you and your family, making you healthy one faucet at a time. Call 855-DUGGAN-1. That's 855-DUGGAN-1. Duggan Mechanical Services will get you glowing.
Paying for college or graduate school starts with understanding your options. But new federal loan limits and confusing lender offers can make borrowing feel overwhelming. MIFA is here to help. For nearly 45 years, Massachusetts families have trusted MIFA for competitive fixed-rate loans, predictable payments, and expert guidance throughout the borrowing process. The next step in your education deserves a trusted partner. Find a loan that's right for you at MIFA.org.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
At Catcher's Law Group, we've built our reputation by standing with people through life's toughest moments. That's why we're proud to support the Jimmy Fund Radiothon on WEEI on Monday, August 17th and Tuesday, August 18th, helping raise critical funds for Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. Every dollar raised helps fuel groundbreaking cancer research, compassionate patient care, and hope for families facing a fight for their lives. Join Catches Law and the WEEI community in supporting the Jimmy Fund Radiothon. Together, we can make a difference for the patients today and bring us closer to the cures for tomorrow.
Hey, Massachusetts, ready for real savings? Switch to Allstate today, because drivers who switched saved $900 on their auto insurance. So, what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for an auto insurance quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. Based on and national average annual savings for new auto customers surveyed in 2025 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Potential savings and availability varies by state.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
What's up, everybody? Nate Costco's here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Tonight in the pro football preseason, Tennessee, a 6-point road favorite at San Francisco. And that's because San Francisco is not going to play its starting quarterback. Tennessee will play its starting quarterback, and Tennessee's second-string quarterback is a former top 10 pick. Tennessee's third-string quarterback, a former second-round pick. I like Tennessee minus the 6. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You can watch the show anytime via our live stream on Twitch.
Just go to twitch.tv/Boston WEEI.
And check out WEEI on YouTube for our video on demand content updated daily. The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
I'm not hearing it on all the slander with the Patriots and people saying, hey, look, they had an easy schedule last year. They got a lot of stuff going on this year. It was an aberration last year. This football team is a lot better this year. One question they still need to answer in my mind is this. Do they have enough juice on the edge? Is Gabe Jackas going to be the guy who can really give them some juice along with Draymond Jones to go along with what they have which on the inside, which are monsters at defensive tackle, led by Christian Barmore? They need to go in Milton Williams. If they can answer that question, the Patriots are going to be right there contending to play for the Super Bowl title again. They'll be in the AFC title game. Mark it down.
I'm not scared of the dark.
Louis Riddick, ESPN, who has survived every single one of these, Matt. Damian Woody, they just let go. Ryan Clark and everybody back whenever that was, that whole thing. Riddick survives and thinks the Patriots are going to be good again. And if they can fix up what's going on the edge there, they could be back in the Super Bowl. And I'll be honest with you, that is not an opinion that I've heard really anywhere. I haven't heard a lot of people here say that. I think they can be good again. I think they can make another deep playoff run. I'm not willing to say Super Bowl, but I would have thought, just based off the fact that they were there last year, that there would be some people in the national media, of which, even with all the cuts, is very vast. A lot of opinions, a lot of scribes, and it doesn't seem like anybody other than Riddick really believes in this team all that much. And if you were looking for reasons to believe tonight, probably not going to get a lot of them, although there is one subplot tonight that I am going to be looking at a lot, and that's the whole Kayshon Boutte thing. He is playing tonight. Drake May's not playing. A.J. Brown's not playing. Romeo Doubs isn't playing. And Kayshon Boutte also has been, awesome in camp. I know that his play has kind of died down a little bit lately with Brown and Doubs getting all the first-team starts. And the fact that Drake May has just lockers all next to him, and Boutte's not there. You can tell they're trying to push him out. But what I think could happen tonight is that Tommy DeVito and what's the other guy's name? Barron? I don't know, whatever the other QB's name is that's going to be coming in behind Tommy Cutlets. If they see number 9 streaking down the field against some future insurance salesman of Indianapolis, you don't think they're going to throw it up to him? And you don't think he's going to be out there making plays against those guys? Against the third-string preseason guys? If Boutte's out there, Boutte is going to be looking like Jerry Rice. I think they're probably going to double team him. And even then, I think Boutte's going to make plays. He's been killing it all summer. And I have a feeling he's going to go out there, and DeVito wants to play. I mean, listen, DeVito's not going to get a lot of snaps this year. This is DeVito's Super Bowl. Tommy Cutlets. if Drake May is healthy, is not going to see the field, except to kneel the ball out in the end of a blowout or something. That's the only time you're going to see Cutlets. And by the way, I'm still calling him Cutlets. I don't care for this new nickname.
You don't like Tommy 2 Chainz?
I don't. No, definitely not. And I like 2 Chainz the rapper just fine. But what, you just going to switch up your nickname right in the middle of your like fan? That's ridiculous. You can't do that. And also, he gave it to himself, right? Or the agent?
No, Vrabel gave it to him.
Vrabel did
the 2
that?
Chainz nickname? Yeah, I think he was calling him Cutlets, but then he walked into practice one day with 2 Chainz on,
right.
and so Vrabel started calling him that.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. It doesn't work that way. It's already Cutlets. And now if you change that to 2 Chainz, then obviously you get into some sort of problem with the rapper. You don't want beef with a rapper. You just don't. Even if you're Tommy Cutlets. You got connections. Just don't want that. Anyways. Watch for booty tonight. Pause. And I also want to just bring up this Dan Orlovsky thing. Because Dan Orlovsky, whatever you think about the guy, and personally I like him. I think he's kind of a goof, but I do like him. He basically just every thought he had about every quarterback in the league kind of just vomited all that out on ESPN today. And I didn't say vomit because like it's bad or that he didn't, that these are bad rankings. It's just there's so much. It was just like, bleh, it's just like this nonstop stream of just quarterbacks. And that's what Orlovsky loves. He doesn't love anything more than a quarterback. So he decided to go through all the quarterbacks in the league and rank them 1 through 10 in arm strength, ball placement, mechanics, decision-making, pocket presence, second reaction, and rushing ability. Okay? And here's how it all graded out. For arm strength, Orlovsky writes, there's different kinds of arm strength. Okay? Everyone looks at deep balls, the Hail Mary down the sideline. It's who can throw the rock the furthest, right? Need a live arm to connect on those shot plays, but I focus more on passes into tight windows in the intermediate areas of the field and the pure power throws from what I call funny body positions. He's already lost me. Arm strength. Can you throw it hard or far or not? Like, I think we all get that there's deep ball arm strength and also like throwing like zipping one in there. I think everybody kind of knew that. But that's okay. Anyway, here's top 10 in arm strength. Number 1, Josh Allen. Number 2, Justin Herbert. Number 3, Caleb Williams. Number 4, Matt Stafford. Number 5, Pat Mahomes. Number 6, Baker Mayfield. Number 7, Drake May. 8, Burrow. 9, Lamar. 10, Dak. Says Stafford and May are both elite on downfield passes. Stafford, 37 of 20. 37 passes of 20 or more air yards this season, most in the NFL. I don't think that had anything to do with the receivers he had there, including the one who just smashed his face on a glass door. Did you see that? Puka Nacua. We'll get to that later, too. Ball placement. Matthew Stafford, Drake May, number 2. Mechanics. Drake May, not in the top 10. Decision-making. Drake May, 4th. Pocket presence. Drake May, number 1. Second reaction ability. Drake May, 4th. Rushing ability. Drake May, 3rd. Graded out great. This is the best I've seen Drake May grade out in anything. We'll get to more of this in just a minute. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We'll take your Patriots phone calls, Red Sox phone calls as well. Want to get into what's going on with Roman Anthony? There was an update today. We'll have that for you next here on the Christian Arcand Show.
Clear skies in the overnight, lows in the low 60s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Men, erectile dysfunction can affect much more than just your sex life. It can create stress in relationships, lead to feelings of anxiety or embarrassment, and impact your overall confidence and well-being. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, and we specialize in treating men's sexual health issues. ED is a frustrating condition, and many men suffer for years without seeking treatment. But the good news is that, if you're like most men, we have the answer. Our licensed medical providers will evaluate your specific medical situation and recommend a plan designed for you. And these advanced medical therapies work, with treatments having success rates of well over 90%, which means you and the one you love can have great sex again without the fear and worry of ED. You can even last up to an hour or more, and you may just find you're performing like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000 or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 7 offices, including our new office in Bridgewater.
Mark your calendar for Friday night, September 11, when Boston College football opens its 2026 home slate against Rutgers in the annual Red Bandana Game at Alumni Stadium as they commemorate the 25th anniversary of 9/11. Join BC in honoring the remarkable legacy of BC alumnus Wells Crowther, credited with saving 18 lives on September 11th. Experience one of college football's most meaningful traditions under the lights. Kickoff is at 7:30. Secure your seats today at bceagles.com.
Applying for a Massachusetts LTC can be confusing. Attorney Jay Milligan from Milligan and Higgins helps clients navigate license to carry applications, renewals, and appeals with experienced legal guidance. Protect your Second Amendment rights. Call Milligan and Higgins today or go to milliganhiggins.com.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
1-2 to Vladdy, 2 down, bottom 9. Pitch is swung on and missed. He struck him out, and the Red Sox salvaged the finale here in Toronto. Tolley was awesome. Durbin, another grand slam, and the Red Sox snap their 5-game losing streak. That's a big-time win for this Red Sox club.
The Red Sox, they managed to salvage a win tonight from the series against the Blue Jays, and they're back on the winning column with a final score of 7-0. The Red Sox kickstart a series with the Pittsburgh Pirates tomorrow with first pitch at 6:40 p.m. Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks have you on the call right here on WEEI 93.7, the Odyssey app, and across the Shaw's Star Market, Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Dan Ball will get you ready for the game with the Mass Mutual pregame show starting at 5:40 p.m. I'm Josh Bragg, and that's what's in our feed here on WEEI. And we continue with the Christian Arcand show right now.
Roman is making progress. We've all been in touch with him. It's the great thing about modern communication. We text, we call. He's making progress, but you're not going to get me or anybody else to put a timeline on it. And we're just very, very hopeful that we can get him back because, man, we need him.
This is the Christian Arcand Show on WEEI.
Hour number 2 here, Christian Arcand Show, WEEI. We are live in our Catches Law Injury Attorney Studio. No fee unless you win. We are Boston Sports Original, and this hour we'll be joined by Christopher Smith from Mass Live. He'll come on at 7:30. Red Sox are climbing the power rankings. We'll talk about that in a minute as well. But I want to talk about what you just heard there from Sam Kennedy, President Kennedy, on with the Greg Hill Show this morning. And in his element, more so than he'd been in recent appearances, when the team was struggling mightily and everybody seemed to be at the end of their rope. Sam Kennedy, in particular, a guy who likes to put a positive spin on things, seemed to be taking it the hardest, seemed to be the most uncomfortable with the way things were progressing. Even more so than a Craig Breslow. Craig Breslow, you'll hear him. Whoa. Mike's on there, pal.
My fault. Clip that. That's hilarious. Rookie move by me.
I'm glad all you did was just say Craig Breslow. Because you could have said it.
I could have said anything. Good Lord. Rookie mistake by me. I'm ashamed of myself on that.
Please clip that. Please.
I'm taking that. Yeah, I got that.
That's a Dong Report drop right there. Oh, that was great.
It's not even into the mic. It's in the background, too.
Just like, Craig Breslow. That was hilarious. Oh, that was funny. Anyway, sorry. lost my train of thought there. Sam Kennedy, right. Focus. Sam Kennedy. The difference between him and Craig Breslow in these interviews is that Breslow is very, you can't rattle Breslow. You can rattle Kennedy. Kennedy sounded rattled a couple of times. Talking about, potentially blowing the team up, being sellers at the trade deadline. That was not something he would walk away from. I don't want to say he sounded despondent, but for him, he kind of did. Breslow, you never really got that sense. He just kind of stuck to the talking points and word salads, and, eventually the team started playing better, and he ended up looking like a guy who had it all figured out all along, right? That's what it looked like at the peak of that thing. He's listening to it back there. Can we hear it one more time? Craig Breslow, you'll hear him. Craig Breslow, you'll hear him. No idea the mic. Oh, man. Okay.
Let's go on my resume.
That was great. Yeah, put that on your reel. Okay. I forget what I was even saying. Craig Breslow, Sam Kennedy. It was Kennedy talking there. He had a lot of other things to say, including some talk about the long-term commitment that ownership has to this team. Said the Fenway Sports Group will not move on from baseball. John Henry and their family are going to be owning this team for at least another 25 years. Was asked about the Yankees and their deal with, what's that, Apollo Creed Capital or whatever they have there that just bought into the Yankees. And Kennedy talked about it. He said, yeah, the Fenway Sports Group, they got a bunch of investors. But the core ownership group is still in charge, and we are not going to have an arrangement like that. And they shouldn't either. The Yankees and all teams in New York have to pay like a whole different set of taxes than you do in Massachusetts. And that's saying something because, I mean, it's Massachusetts. We all know that. But the amount of extra money that the Yankees have to pay to the city is ridiculous. So I'm not surprised to see them turning to that. I am surprised to see the LA Lakers get flipped in a year, not even after already getting bought. We'll talk about that later on in the show as well. But the Roman Anthony stuff, that got a lot of attention. Sam Kennedy confirming a couple of things. Number one, that the front office has been in constant text and phone communication with Roman Anthony. I bet you they even had a Zoom call or two, you know? But they are texting, they are calling, and they are in constant communication. How about that? In fact, it's gotten so good. He's progressing so well that Chad Tracy stated that there are talks. They haven't progressed to actually buying the plane ticket for him yet, but there are talks. They're talking through plans to bring Anthony back to Boston from Fort Myers, Florida. You know how long it takes to book a flight? Not very long. I could do it right now before the segment was over if I could afford to. I would do it right now. Just book myself a flight anywhere I want. Fort Myers to Boston. I remember there was, I forget, it was Southwest or JetBlue or somebody had a great deal. Fort Myers to Boston. There was ads for it on all the Red Sox games for years. I forget exactly what the details of it were, but it's not hard to get back and forth from down there. But yeah, they are currently talking through plans to bring him back to Boston from the spring training facility in Fort Myers, Florida. It does sound like he is an endangered species. It sounds like they have him in some kind of animal sanctuary, and now they have to relocate the whole sanctuary back up here to Boston. And they're not ready to bring him back yet, but they are talking through plans to allow him to return to the city where he works in the team, the Boston Red Sox. He's actually allowed to come back to Boston. So that's great. That should be the final step, I would guess, when they finally bring him back here. The geographic relocation of the endangered species, Roman Anthony. He'll probably have a couple rehab games in double or triple A, I don't know. And then get his timing back, and then bam, there you go. You got a new leadoff hitter? I don't know. Is that even fair to say? I don't think he will be the leadoff hitter right away. I think you probably have to ease him back into that. Lord knows there's going to be a lot of easing going on here. You got to take it real easy with this kid. I think that's very clear. And it's going to be interesting to see how many eggshells this team has to walk on for him when he comes back. And that includes Chad Tracy. That includes, Jaron Duran or anybody else that he's going to be hitting for. Masa Yoshida at DH. I don't know. I don't know exactly what they're planning for him yet. I don't know where they want to hit him in the lineup. I don't know if they want him in the field. I'll be honest with you. He's not exactly a guy that was dazzling in the field this year. In the few times we actually saw him, what we mostly remember about his fielding was him duffing all those throws. Like Chuck Knobloch, yips type stuff. So hopefully he's worked all that out too, along with being able to finally grip and swing a bat and, hit off a tee and hit against the machine and all the other stuff that they're doing. 617-779-7937. I guess we'll all find out. But the most important thing you said there, not me or anybody else is going to come out and give you a timeline. Well, that's great, Sam. Thanks. You're not going to give us anything? No kind of timeline? Because when you don't give us any kind of timeline, you know what that implies? That it's indefinite and there is no timeline and he's not coming back. That's what that implies. So as long as you're going to insist that nobody can give a timeline of any kind whatsoever, which it sounds like no one's doing, then I'm going to continue to assume that missing the entire year with a sprained finger is on the table for this guy, that that's actually a possibility. And I'm sorry, I don't know how you shake that off. You come out and you have a great season next year, I guess, but if you don't, that is something that's going to follow you around. That is something that is not going to just go away. Missing this much of a season when you're 23 years old with a sprained finger, torn ligament, even if it was a torn ligament, this is entirely too long for that to have been this kind of a problem. 617-779-7937. Let's go to Andy in Connecticut. He wants to talk about Jaron Duran. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah.
Can't say that in the air, Andy. Sorry, buddy. I know what he was talking about, though. He was referencing Bob, the Red Sox hater, and how he was talking about Chad Tracy needs to call the guys from the 60s and how back in the 60s they paid the players a good amount. They're not cheap like they are today. To which I said, really? They paid him a good wage back in the 60s? Is that why Willie Mays had to sell cars in the offseason? I mean, they had all sorts of secondary jobs back then. They didn't pay him anything. And I know it was different economics and stuff, but whatever. Yeah, that was a weird line of argument from Bob the Red Sox hater, who was feeling himself for about 5 games there. It's been a tough summer for Bob. Once we got into June and July. And Red Sox haters everywhere. It was very, very difficult for them watching the Red Sox get hotter than any team in baseball has ever been before. I can see why that would be a problem. But yeah, the Sam Kennedy interview today was interesting. The insistence that it's going to be the Henrys and it's going to be Fenway Sports Group and that they're never going to sell. He talked about the fans and he praised the fans. He's always very good about doing that, praising the fans for sticking with the team in this big roller coaster season. And the Roman Anthony thing. Those are the key takeaways that I got from his appearance today. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. Going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will discuss a little bit more about the Red Sox, their power rankings, where they sit, and what they're hoping to do here as we check in on the rest of the schedule and take a look around the rest of the American League. Don't go anywhere. It's the Christian Arcand Show here, WEEI. 2 minutes and we're right back. Greg Breslow, you'll hear him.
Now at McDonald's, there's a meal deal with your name on it. And your name doesn't have to be meal or deal to get it. But it can be.
With McValue, get a meal deal featuring a McDouble, 4-piece McNuggets, fries, and a small Coke, all for just $6. Or swap that McDouble for a hot and spicy or classic McChicken at just $5. Price and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
What if we dropped a giant pin to mark every place that Needham Bank helps customers and businesses thrive? We'll need a lot more pins because we're opening a new Needham Bank branch at the Prudential Center with unique products like free checking and free ATMs through full ATM reimbursement, plus a top-rated online banking platform. We're creating quite an impact in the heart of Boston. So visit us at 111 Huntington Avenue at the Prudential Center. Learn more at needhambank.com.
I'm Joe Campanelli, President and CEO of Needham Bank. What can we help you build?
Member FDIC.
When you need space on the job site fast, call the name that's built to last. Call 1-800-GET-EAGLE. 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 Storage offices and trailers too. Eagle Leasing's coming to you.
You see us everywhere. Call 1-800-GET-EAGLE or check us out at eagleleasing.com. I'm Brandon Eagle, and you see us everywhere. We're Eagle Leasing.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
If you missed any part of the show,
Or to have it delivered to your phone daily.
subscribe to The Christian Arcan Show on the Odyssey app.
Or wherever you find your podcasts.
The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
Last couple of weeks, you've been through a lot. You were sick, got hit by a pitch, fouled it off your shin. To get the home run, to get the timing back, how good does that feel after all that?
It feels good. I mean, especially after losing for a few games for we being under the weather, and then something's bothering my leg. That's why I didn't run the other day when the fan booed me. And didn't run for one time, and they boo anybody, which is good. But I don't care. I think it's part of baseball. They have the right to boo. They have the right to yell. They have the right to everything. But I mean, I went through a lot, and being able to hit a home run tonight was good.
Christian Arcan Show here at WEEI. That was Wilson Contreras, who homered last night, also dropped a pop-up. Also got booed last week for not running out a grounder. Or he ran it out, but he was clearly not feeling 100% there, which I thought was obvious. I couldn't believe when I saw the play. I watched. I said they booed him for that. You're booing Wilson Contreras for that? And I talked about this briefly on the 3-minute show I had. But now that I have a little bit more time to kind of spread my wings on it, I would like to just say, I don't like to chastise fans, especially not for booing. But what were you doing there? What were you booing him for? You couldn't tell that he, I've been watching him all year, and he is a pretty intense competitor. Like, he doesn't dog it to first base ever. I've never seen him dog it in any way ever. The guy plays like his hair's on fire most of the time. And he's kind of, a little touched sometimes. Like, you see him just freak out for no reason. Although he's been better about that lately. Guys pitch him up and in, hitting them. He's not freaking out about that. Kind of seemed like it was any time that happens, he could just fly off the handle. But he's been much better about it, which I think is great because, number one, it's a good example for other players. They see a guy who's like a veteran leader, also a bit of a hothead, not overreacting. That's a good example to set, especially for someone like, Jarren Duran. Imagine if Jarren Duran got booed like that. And instead, Contreras comes up after. He goes, the fans can boo if they want to. It's part of the game. I understand it. But there was something going on with my leg there. And it's like, well, yeah. I've never once seen Wilson Contreras run to first base and look like Kirk Gibson in 1988, rounding the bases against Dennis Eckersley. No one's ever looked at Contreras and thought that before. There was clearly something wrong with him. Clearly. I don't know exactly why. He said it was a leg thing. That could be anything. It could be a knee, it could be a thigh, it could be a hamstring, it could be anything. I don't know. I mean, whatever it is, it was clearly bothering him. And he's not the kind of guy that's going to want to DH or sit out a game. But Chad Tracy, I think, is going to have to, at some point here, and maybe not with Contreras because he did homer in that game too. He homered last night, and in this game was 1 for 4 with an RBI and had that great sac bunt to set up the grand slam for Caleb Durbin and predicted the whole thing too, which was also cool. That was very cool how he did all that. So I'm not saying you take Contreras out of the lineup, but I am saying that if a guy is not hitting like he wasn't, can't really move all that well, and is dropping pop-ups, what would you do? I don't know. It's a moot point now because he's hitting again. And you need him. I mean, you definitely need him. This offense going in the tank and him going cold for a bit there after the concussion, it's not a coincidence to me. Definitely not at all. It shouldn't be to you either. I think we get the sense of what this guy means to the lineup and what he means to the clubhouse. Very, very important. With that said, the Red Sox looking pretty good on the latest ESPN power ranking. Red Sox are 7th. The Brewers have passed the Dodgers. They are number 1. Dodgers number 2. The Rays number 3, and they may move up too because of how hot they are. Number 4, the Braves. Number 5, the Cubs. Number 6, the Yankees. Number 7, your Boston Red Sox, and ESPN writes, Red Sox are suddenly playing like a World Series contender. Come October, 2 reinforcements could make them even scarier. Roman Anthony, who just started hitting with the tragic machine and is getting closer to a rehab assignment, and Garrett Crochet, surprised they brought him up. Garrett Crochet on the injured list, resumed throwing last week. Might not be enough time for Crochet, but could have him in relief if he doesn't have enough time to build up a starter's workload. Anthony and Crochet were considered Boston's two best players going into the season. Having them for the postseason could make Boston the favorite to win the pennant. Yeah, it's a big if, especially with Crochet. It's a big if. And it's also a big if that Roman Anthony's going to come back and contribute right away. You know, you talk about sort of the re-entry process. We're very late into the year for that. We're very late into the year to try and ease a guy back into the lineup and give him all the grace that he needs coming back from this injury, which, by the way, let's also remember is a torn ligament in his finger, okay? He didn't tear his ACL. He didn't rupture his patellar tendon or whatever happened to Tristan Cassis, like all that stuff. Like, we're not talking about that. We're talking about he fouled off a pitch and hurt his finger. And it has been just so long that he's been out. 617-779-7937. Let's go to Steve in Centerville. He has a thought on the Red Sox. Go ahead, Steve.
Hey, Christian, thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
So here's my point. I actually think the Sox have a fighting chance to catch the Rays.
Oh, really?
But it really depends. Yeah, it depends on these next 10 games.
Mm-hmm.
Because you look at the Rays, they got 3 against the Toronto Blue Jays, and they got 7 against Baltimore. You know, and we don't have all our folks back, and we're a little bit scraping along.
Yeah, true.
When I look at it, you look at September, the last 10 games of the season, super tough for them. For the Rays.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, Steve. Thanks for the call. I don't think they're going to catch him even with this schedule, but you're right. They have, to close out the season, Baltimore, Toronto, Baltimore, Detroit, San Diego, Mets, Rangers, Braves, Astros, A's, Red Sox, Yankees, Phillies. That's tough at the end there. The Red Sox schedule to close out the year is Pittsburgh starting tomorrow, Arizona, San Francisco, who sucks, Miami, New York, Seattle, Baltimore for 4, 3 with the Angels, 3 with the Royals, 3 with Texas, 3 with Tampa, Cleveland, Chicago. Tampa, Cleveland, Chicago is no joke at the end of the season for the Red Sox either, by the way. Kansas City and the Angels suck, and you should mow through them. But that's not super easy either. You got a 4-game set with the Yankees, 3 with the D-backs, and then to close out the year, you get 3 with Tampa, 3 with Cleveland, 3 with Chicago. Those are 3 pretty solid teams right there. And that's how you're finishing the season. So listen, I don't think that's going to be enough to knock the Red Sox out of a playoff spot or anything. But catching the Rays, I just don't. I mean, you can hold out hope for it, I guess. They're 9.5 back. 9.5 back. They're 3 back of the Yankees. Yankees lost and the Red Sox won. Yankees lost 1-0 to Seattle earlier today. So that's still potentially gettable. And I think even though it doesn't really do a whole lot, like you'd get home field in a potential playoff series, so that's important, especially since they didn't have that last year in the wild card round, and I think that did certainly make a difference. But, yeah, it's really just a moral victory. Get out ahead of the Yankees. Beat them. Show them that you're right there with them, or that you're better than them. And the Yankees without Aaron Judge have not been the same kind of team. They just haven't. They had a big lead, and they've been able to protect it. But without Aaron Judge, you can tell that is not the same team. And coming into the playoffs, they're going to have to try and reinvent themselves. Red Sox are more coming into their own. And that is a nice thing to see, with potential reinforcements coming in as well. Although I'm not going to base where I put them now on the potential of Crochet and Anthony coming back, because I just don't feel like you can count on either of those guys. I don't think you can count on either of them. I don't think you can count on Crochet to come back. And Anthony, even if you do count on him to come back, I don't know you can count on him to produce. That's just how I feel right now. It's going to have to be the pitching staff continuing to dominate and the offense playing more consistently. That's really all it takes. And I think this team will be fine. But those things need to happen. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Christopher Smith from Mass Live joins the show, and we'll talk to him right after this.
93.7 WEEI.
Boston's sports original.
For 35 years, Avelinos has been Medford's kitchen. They're famous for huge portions and massive 14-inch subs, but they're also your event headquarters. Planning a corporate meeting or private party? Book their beautiful, spacious function room for up to 100 guests. Or let their catering team bring the feast to you with packages starting at just $10 a head. From boardroom to dining room, nobody feeds Boston like Avelinos does. When you want the best, you know where to go. Go Avelino.com. That's goavelino.com.
What do you expect when you walk into a jewelry store for the very first time?
Are they going to be friendly or pushy?
Are they going to listen to me or just try and sell me something?
Well, prepare to have your expectations shattered. I'm Lily.
And I'm Zoe, inviting you to Springer's Jewelers. You'll find the nicest diamond jewelry and watch professionals whose only goal is to share their passion and help you find exactly what you're looking for.
All at the guaranteed best price.
It's time to raise your expectations.
Arbella Insurance has been serving the New England community for over 35 years. Being your neighbor helps Arbella provide you the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for New England, here for good.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Ah, summer, the smell of sunscreen, backyard barbecues, and... Wait a minute. Why does your bathroom smell like that? Summer fun can be tough on your plumbing. Between extra house guests, cookouts, and the kids home from school, your drains are working overtime. That's why you need Drains by James. From expert drain cleaning and pipelining, they'll keep your pipes flowing all summer long. Because at Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes. Don't let a clogged drain ruin your summer vacation. Visit DrainsByJames.com today.
Fan Cash Fridays are here. Listen every Friday for your chance to win $100 in fan cash from Fanatics Sportsbook. Use fan cash to unlock unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, and more. No purchase necessary. Must be 21 plus. See full rules on the WEEI contest page.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Covering Boston sports and beyond. We're back to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
Christian Arcand Show here at WEEI, live in our Brighton studios. Nice to have you with us here tonight. And joining us on the guest hotline is our good friend from Mass Live, Christopher Smith, who has been covering the Red Sox for a long time and who joins us here on the program right now. Christopher, how we doing tonight, buddy? Oh, let's go ahead and maybe pot him up there. Let's do that. Hi, Chris. How you doing?
Oh,
Good. How are you doing?
Doing great. Now, I'm a big fan of your Twitter feed, obviously. I remember our last conversation. You nearly cut your fingers off on the lawnmower. And today I saw you had a real cats in the cradle moment there with the site. You came back. You were obviously very tired, and one of your kids asked for a catch, and you were tired, but you went and did it anyway, didn't you?
It's unbelievable when you get so old. I mean,
Yes.
how old are you now? I'm 42.
I'm
It's
44, and my son's only 4, so.
You look back on it and you're like, wow, my father was really tired. When I asked him to catch it, he did it anyway, you know?
Absolutely.
So, yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Good to be talking with you here as the Red Sox kind of crashed back to earth a little bit earlier in the week, and then today avoided a sweep in Toronto with a pretty convincing win over this Blue Jays team. It took a while. They didn't really do much against Scherzer, but then were able to get to the Blue Jays bullpen, which is something I was kind of expecting to see like earlier on in the week. In the Cease game in particular, Chris, I'm watching it going, man, they hit Cease a little bit, but then they brought in that Blue Jays bullpen, which I didn't really think that much of, and all of a sudden they can't hit. What'd you make of that series, and what did you make of the Red Sox regressing here over the last week?
I think they're fine. I mean, I wouldn't read too much into 5 in a row. I mean, they lost 2 of them to the Oakland A's or the Athletics, the homeless Athletics, whatever you want to call them. They didn't play well. They were pitched well against the Athletics when they were in Sacramento. They were lucky to win 3 or 4 of those games. So the Athletics had their number a little bit. So, they go to Toronto. I mean, they're going to lose. They're not going to play 900 baseball for the rest of the year. And so, I think, the important thing is just continuing to put the ball in play. That's the thing that's been, really good for them in their offense to get going. And, and also they've hit some home runs and of late. And, so those are 2 important things, And so, I wasn't too worried about that stretch of 5 games. I really wasn't.
Well, I didn't want to be, Chris, because, they just played so well, and I didn't want to be sounding an alarm here. But it's safe to kind of say that this is a streaky team we're talking about, and we know what streaky teams do. They streak in one direction and they streak in the other direction. My concern here is that we haven't just seen them play like a normal stretch of baseball really all season. It's either been the worst or the best, and I'm kind of waiting for just them to level out a little bit, and I still feel like we haven't seen that.
That is completely true, right? You would expect them to just play normal baseball here on out. You would want that to happen. Right. But you're right. The ups and downs, it's crazy. We're talking about a team that's, lost 5 to start out the year after they won 1 game. And then, they have another 5-game losing streak here. But, we're talking about a team that's never before had 2 10 or more game winning streaks in the season, and they got really close to it. Obviously, they had a 9-gamer and a 15. They've done things that they've never done before, as an organization, and yet the low points have been just abysmal, terrible. And so it's a very tough team. I was talking about this with somebody the other day. I'm like, I was when they started to heat up, I said to Tim Healy of the Globe, I said, okay, well, they're going to make the playoffs, but they're going to be 3 and out. And then 3 weeks later, I said to him, I'm like, you know what? Maybe they're going to the World Series. It's very difficult to predict what this team is going to be. Obviously, a big key to that is, how Roman Anthony comes back, what he looks like. He is going to come back. He's pretty close, I think, to a rehab assignment. And, that's a huge part of the offense in addition to what, Adley Rushing can give them the rest of the year. Can he be a guy that puts the ball in play and hits for high on-base percentage? So, there's a part of me that thinks this team is going to get to the World Series, and then there's a part of me that thinks that this team could get, swept in the first round of the AL wild card.
Yeah, listen, getting to the playoffs is certainly the goal here, and to do that, they have to defend the standing that they're in right now. You mentioned Roman Anthony and being close to a rehab assignment, which I'm happy to hear. I'm just glad they're letting him out of Florida. I kind of likened it earlier to when there's an endangered panda in a zoo and they move him to another zoo. That's kind of like what this feels like. They're relocating him and having conversations about how they're going to get him from Fort Myers to Boston. That's some complicated process. The whole thing just sounds very strange. But it does seem as though the Florida part of the rehab is over, right? Is that about right?
Yeah, I think that, he'll probably stay there for a few more days, and I would envision him meeting the team after they come back from the Pittsburgh trip. So I would envision him being back at Fenway on Monday. It felt like that way when they left for the road trip, and now the encouraging, information that we've gotten about him hitting off the trajectory, which, people reduce their lengths of their rehabs because of the Traject machine. That really simulates actual pitching. Any pitcher in Major League Baseball, the movement, the spin, the speed of pitches, everything. And so if he's hitting off that, and he's consistently doing that in Fort Myers, that could reduce the number of rehab games he needs anyway. And so, I think that there's huge questions, though, with him coming back. And, his numbers weren't bad. Like, if you look at some of his advanced stats, like, he wasn't having the year that you would hope a Roman Anthony would have, right? Like, before he went on the IL. But some of the advanced stats were really good. I think his weighted on base percentage was like 354 or something. So he's getting on base. He was drawing walks. He wasn't chasing. And, he just wasn't slugging the way that you would hope he would do. He's going to strike out. So, like, do you throw him right back in the leadoff spot? There's just a lot of questions. Like, once you have him back, do you throw him in the leadoff spot? Who doesn't play?
Right.
Does he just take over right for Jared Durant? Like, there's just a lot of questions. But I think it's just a huge positive that they would get him back.
Yeah, no question. I think it will be a positive. The only thing that concerns me is that there's not a lot of time left in the season here. And when you're bringing a player back who's been out for this long, there's generally sort of a re-entry period. Getting acclimated to the machine is fine. But, like, when you're standing up there in the batter's box, it's obviously different. How much of a grace period do you expect there's going to be for him if he isn't good right away? Like, what's the leash going to look like?
I think the leash will be long.
Okay.
He's your French. Even though there was a lot of pressure put on him to begin the year, obviously, we go back to spring training and Alex Cora is saying that he's having him hit leadoff and he's comparing him to, Mookie Betts and George Springer hitting leadoff. There was a lot of pressure going into the year for him. Now, so if you throw him right back in there, into the leadoff spot, does that create some pressure? Whatever. He is still the guy that signed the big contract, and, you look at it, and he is, of the big three, he was always the guy, right? He was the best. And so, there's going to be a long leash. His stats when he came up last year after he, came up from the minors weren't exactly good for a couple weeks, and then he started, really hitting. So I expect the leash to be really long. I think that he'll, go right in there to left field, some DH, just what he was doing, before he was, he went on the IL, and I think that. The big question to me is where he hits in the lineup to start off. If they come, if they ease him in at like a sixth or seventh, he replaces Jared Durant. He also replaces Jared Durant's spot in the lineup, or if they put him number one.
Yeah, I think that's all going to be very interesting as well. And sort of how they get him back producing again, what that means for Durant, that's all very interesting. On the subject of reinforcements, I haven't talked to you since, I think, the trade deadline. Adley Rutschman didn't play today, but what have you made so far of his debut and him in the Red Sox lineup?
If I was the Red Sox and I was going to give up, 3 top 5 prospects, and now it's turned into 4 top 10 prospects in your system, I would have probably gone out and gotten a shortstop, right? A guy that can hit for power. Adley hasn't really shown that the last couple years that he is an above average excellent hitter, right? He's got a good on base percentage, he's taken his walks. But he's not the impact hitter that I think that you would give up all those prospects for. I think they should have gone and got a shortstop. They needed a shortstop. It was a position of need. Defensively, he's really good. There have been a couple bad challenges the last couple of days. But defensively, one of the best at throwing at bases, one of the best at calling games and framing pitches. So I don't necessarily disagree with giving up the farm, sort of say, for a player. I just didn't know I don't know if it's the right player to do it for. But, I mean, he is a leader type, right? And so he comes in there, he'll work well with the pitching staff. I think Sonny Gray will still continue to throw to Wong. So I think when Gray pitches on Saturday, you'll probably see Wong. They've been very comfortable with each other. But, I think it's I like I'm fine with them trading a lot, but don't necessarily love the position that they targeted in chasing offense at the catcher position.
Do you think that they could have gotten one of the shortstops with that group of prospects? I mean, they certainly were interested in enough of them. I have to think that they made that offer and that the team, the Reds and the Angels and these teams just didn't like those prospects enough, right?
I mean, it's surprising to not like those prospects. I mean, those are good players that they gave away.
But if they wanted Arias, if they wanted to trade a shortstop and get one back, then that's probably where it stopped, right?
That's probably where it goes, right?
Yeah.
And that's probably the only player that's in the minor leagues that was off limits that the Red Sox wanted, put off limits and wanted to keep. And, you look at it, and I don't blame them. This kid, if you look at his swing and everything, it's really it's a sweet swing. He's defensively, he's got the potential to be a really above average defender for a long time. And you're looking at, before the trade deadline, you're looking to trade Marcelo Meyer. You've already decided he's no longer your future there. So obviously they did want to keep an Arias. But yeah, I would have looked just for a guy that could hit for a little bit more power, but that's just me.
All right. Chris Smith, great stuff as always. Thanks for coming on tonight. We appreciate it. And we'll talk to you again soon.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Very good. Christopher Smith, Mass Live, joining us here on the Christian Arcand Show. Great stuff as always from him. And of course, his colleagues over there at Mass Live, Sean McAdam, Chris Cotillo, and the rest of the gang on the beat. But great stuff there from Smith. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We'll take a quick 5-minute break here. Check in on the Patriots and both the Yankees and the Lakers involved in financial shenanigans this week. And we're going to get to the bottom of it here on the Arcand Show Investigates. Don't go anywhere.
At Catches Law Group, we've built our reputation by standing with people through life's toughest moments. That's why we're proud to support the Jimmy Fund Radiothon on WEEI on Monday, August 17th and Tuesday, August 18th, helping raise critical funds for Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. Every dollar raised helps fuel groundbreaking cancer research, compassionate patient care, and hope for families facing a fight for their lives. Join Catches Law and the WEEI community in supporting the Jimmy Fund Radiothon. Together, we can make a difference for the patients today and bring us closer to the cures for tomorrow.
There's a lot to love about. There's a lot to love about you.
You don't want to miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Love all the 2026 Forester or Forester Hybrid has to offer, like standard, symmetrical, all-wheel drive. Buy with as low as 1.9% financing or lease for as low as $279 per month. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
Here's an easy way to score some extra cash and find money that you didn't know you had. It's Greg Hill, and you could have unclaimed money from a forgotten savings account, uncashed payroll check, or a refund check that never got to you. It is estimated that 1 out of every 10 of us have unclaimed property. My name was on the list, and yours could be too. Just go to findmassmoney.gov today. If you've seen your name already, check again. The list is always being updated, and make sure you fill out the paperwork so you can become reunited with your lost funds.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
All new drinks are now at McDonald's.
with refreshers like the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher and the Mango Pineapple Refresher with popping boba, to crafted sodas like the Sprite Berry Blast with berry flavors and cold foam. Who knew ice-cold drinks could be so fire? 6 all-new drinks are here now at McDonald's.
Refreshers contain caffeine.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Metal roofing. You've been thinking about it, and for good reason. One roof for life. So what's holding you back? With Interlock Metal Roofing, you're not just upgrading, you're investing in the last roof you'll ever need. Plus, it comes with a transferable warranty, adding real value when it's time to sell your home. Backed by over 25 years of trusted experience and installed on thousands of homes just like yours. Visit interlockroofing.com for a free quote. One call, one roof for life. NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. Never re-roof again.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Follow us on Insta at WEEI Sports. You're listening to Christian Arcan on WEEI.
I don't know if they had to do it, but what they wanted to do from the reports that we're seeing, the one in The Athletic and others, is restructure their debt and pay off some of their debt. Refinance, restructure, pay it off. So that's the goal here, that they wanted to do that. They've always had stadium debt that they've been concerned with. So this will help them in that regard. And also, it will help them in what they are calling other ventures. I don't know what that might be. The average fan is going to want to know, and rightly so, does this mean that the Yankees will have a higher payroll or be able to spend more? Well, first of all, if a salary cap is coming, then payrolls are going to be capped anyway. But even if there is no salary cap, and I frankly don't expect that there will be, I don't know that Hal Steinbrenner is going to operate the team any differently based on this private equity.
There, that was Ken Rosenthal reacting to the news that the New York Yankees have had an infusion of private equity as Yankee Global Enterprises have brought in Apollo Sports Capital. I called them Apollo Creed earlier. It's Apollo Sports Capital for a $2.6 billion mix of credit and equity, allowing the franchise to refinance heavy debt and fund other ventures while keeping the Steinbrenners in operational control. Now, it gets a little wonky here, and Rosenthal explained it pretty well. I'll try my best to kind of add to this, but direct equity ownership limits are in place in Major League Baseball. You can't just have direct equity ownership. It's restricted, and it's restricted how much a single private equity group can own in an individual sports franchise, okay? The Apollo deal targets the parent holding company, which is AC Milan and the Yes Network and some of the other, bigger things that they have, rather than a direct, clean sale of the baseball team itself. So it's kind of like Fenway Sports Group in that way, I think. This is also now a delicate situation because of the sports landscapes, the CBA talks, what's going to be certainly a very contentious negotiation and probably end up with a lockout, all of that. However, if you were hoping that private equity was going to be making less of an impact on professional sports, the New York Yankees, a pretty important team, kind of like the Boston Celtics or, any other team that's now suddenly seeing this big influx of money coming from these places. It's right there. It's right there, and it's happening. Now, I don't think what the Yankees are doing here is anything criminal or, like, even particularly shady. It's just the way of sports right now, and it's kind of unfortunate. I kind of miss the days when it was just, the Steinbrenners. That's it. And you heard Sam Kennedy this morning talking about the Fenway Sports Group and all the different investors that they have. But he made it pretty clear that they are not going to be bringing anybody in that's going to get to the core of the ownership group or, outspend them and cut into that. That's just not going to happen. That's what Kennedy said. We'll see. People change their minds, I guess. Yankees certainly did, but there you go. And then how about the Lakers? Interesting, all this stuff going on with the Yankees and the Lakers. The two most evil franchises in the world, probably. The Yankees is whatever. The Lakers thing is legitimately weird. It's just over a year since the Lakers were sold to Mark Walter. And he is now selling the team to Jared Kushner's brother and Bob Iger, who used to own Disney. Bob Iger from Disney. He's not with Disney anymore, but that's when I hear Bob Iger, I just think of Disney. The outgoing owner, Mark Walter, his insurance empire that he's built has been facing some federal scrutiny lately, and there's big loan structures getting probed, and federal agents seized his phone, and like all this stuff went down prior to the deal. So he has a firm. It's not a sports firm, but he has a firm called TWG Global, and they've been looking for cash to pay down these loans. And what people are saying basically is that he bought the Lakers to flip them, like an old house. He bought the Lakers, had them for a year, and then after it wasn't even 14 months, I think, a year and 2 months, he turns around and sells them to Kushner and Iger, and makes about $2.5 billion. Really, like you just bought an old car, or like, like what is this? That's very strange. The agreement came together in 3 days. 3 days. Usually when a franchise gets bought, there's like this long, drawn-out vetting process, isn't there? There's auction windows and like all the, but now not for the Lakers. The Los Angeles Lakers, again, a pretty important team in American sports. 3 days, Kushner, Iger, you want them here, 12.5. I need money right now. That's what it sounds like. That's wild, man. That is a wild, wild story. Both of these are kind of wild. The Yankees one, though, I mean, that's just sort of the way of the world. This Lakers thing is crazy. Guy bought the Lakers and then flipped it like a fixer-upper in the suburbs. It's really crazy. 617-779-7937. I can't wait to hear what really happened there, because I feel like it could be a good documentary. Susan is in Worcester. Susan, I've missed you, dear.
Don't make me laugh.
It's
please.
true. I haven't heard from you in a while. I thought maybe you didn't like me anymore.
Oh, of course I do. I said that you're one of the best, along with Wiggy. I hope, whether I agree with you in politics or not, I know I have a brain.
Certainly not. But that's okay. What's up, Susan? How you doing?
I just want to say, come on, we're not dumb out here. Roman Anthony.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is the biggest bust in baseball.
You think?
Everybody knows it. Everybody. And when they shipped him down to Peoria, to me, that was a red flag, meaning you better get your act together,
right,
Anthony, or you're not going to be around. And he's still out. I don't expect him to come back. I really don't, I can't. I don't expect him to come back.
Ever, or just not this year?
And if you think, what's that player? I forgot his name. I'm sorry. I'm not good with names.
What position does he play?
The first baseman.
Wilson Contreras.
Yes. If you think he got booed, if Anthony comes back and he don't start hitting because he was so good and so great,
Yeah.
they're gonna boo his fanny off the field.
You're
You
right.
know it.
You're right about that. Susan, thanks for the call. Great to hear from you, dear. Call back anytime. I know I don't have a lot of full shows. It's hard to get in touch with me, but, I'll always pop you right up to the front. I love Susan. Although we disagree on many, many things. I do like when she calls. And she's right, by the way, about Roman Anthony. She's right about Roman Anthony. Got to be careful when you say that about my girl Susan. But she's right about Roman Anthony in the sense that if he comes back and struggles, it's going to be ugly. It's going to be ugly. Fans are already, up to here with him. Just how long he's been out. I think that's built up some animosity between him and the fan base, and that may not be necessarily fair, but life isn't fair. And it's definitely not fair when you sign a big contract for big money at 22, 23 years old. And now all of a sudden, we haven't seen you. And it got so bad that we had to send you out of state. It's the equivalent of, sending your problem teen to military school. That's basically what happened to Roman Anthony. And, this amount of time has left a mark. It's left an impact. Certainly on the fans' relationship with him. I don't know about his relationship. All it's going to take to undo that, by the way, is if he comes back into the lineup and produces. All of a sudden, it'll be like nothing ever happened. Red Sox fans are like goldfish in that way. Really. You just drop the flakes in the bowl. Flakes. Wow, great. Oh, let's eat the flakes. That's all it is. That's all Roman Anthony has to do is just boom, get a couple of home runs. Oh, here's the flakes. Oh, wow, everything's great. I don't remember anything that happened 10 seconds ago. That's pretty much it. That is the attention span of the average Red Sox fan. So that's all he has to do. But if he comes back and it's not looking good, the amount of time he's been out, that is going to certainly weigh into the reaction that the fans have. No question about it. Susan's right. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. The New England Patriots are in the midst of their first preseason game. So far, it has been very boring. However, there is someone at that game that is going to talk to us. That would be Tom King of the Nashua Telegraph, who even in the middle of something as important as the first preseason game of the year, understands that what's even more important is the Christian Arcand Show. So we'll talk to King right after this. Don't go anywhere. Christian Arcand Show here on WEEI.
When you're vacationing in your RV, there are some things you can always count on. Quality time with the family, watching for shooting stars, and your cousin's need to take a photo of everything.
Scooch closer to the grill. You're out of the shot.
I love the lighting here.
Mark, you're blinking again. I'm not moving. You guys have to move.
This one's blurry.
Wait, don't take a bite of the corn. I want to get a pic.
With Progressive, your RV is protected 24/7, so you're prepared for whatever you don't see coming.
I'm just taking a picture of the grill. Thank you.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill. But those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings Wrangler rode in. Cool as can be. Tap Good RX. Saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
When my home was ready for a painting refresh, I didn't know where to start. With PaintZen, all I needed was my phone. I jumped on paintzen.com and set up my whole project in seconds. Try it for yourself and take the pain out of painting.
Spring is in the air, and while everything outside is fresh and clean, your building may be still holding on to the mess of winter. Greasy vents, clogged drains, and rebellious laundry stacks are ready to act up. Duggan Mechanical Services tames them before they stage a full-blown uprising. Commercial kitchens, parking garages, rooftops, laundry stacks. Duggan Mechanical handles the mess so you don't have to. Call 855-DUGGAN-1. That's 855-DUGGAN-1. Duggan Mechanical Services keeps your business flowing.
Ground-level storage containers, road trailers, or mobile offices. Don't get stressed. Get Eagle. Just call Eagle Leasing at 1-800-GET-EAGLE or get a quote at eagleleasing.com. I'm Brandon Eagle. You see us everywhere. We're Eagle Leasing.
from the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
1-2 to Vladdy, 2 down, bottom 9. Pitch is swung on and missed. He struck him out, and the Red Sox salvaged the finale here in Toronto. Tolley was awesome. Durbin, another grand slam, and the Red Sox snap their 5-game losing streak. That's a big-time win for this Red Sox club.
Will Fleming on the call right here on 93.7 WEEI. Red Sox managed to salvage one win from the series against the Blue Jays, and they're back on the winning column, snapping their 5-game losing streak. The Sox kickstart a series with Pittsburgh Pirates tomorrow with first pitch at 6:40 p.m. Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks have you on the call right here on WEEI 93.7, the Odyssey app, and across the Shaw Star Market Red Sox radio network. Shaw Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Dan Ball will get you ready for the game with the Mass Mutual pregame show starting at 5:40. And if you had any suspicion that Bradley Beal was going to come to the Celtics, well, he did. He just signed a 2-year, $13.2 million deal with the Los Angeles Clippers. So hopes of him going to the Celtics are officially dead.
No! The Bradley Beal dream is dead. So sad. I don't know if I can go on.
I don't know if any of us can. We'll just stop the show.
Tell King, forget it. All right. The show's over.
Stop the show.
No Bradley Beal. Well, we'll try and press on.
Okay. Well, that's what's in our feed here on WEEI. I'm Josh Bracken, and we continue things with the Christian Arcand Show right now.
You're listening to Arcand, the Christian Arcand Show on WEEI.
As we move into the 8 o'clock hour here, it's the Christian Arcand Show, WEEI. We are live in our Catches Law Injury Attorney Studio. No fee unless you win. We are Boston Sports Original. And joining us now on the guest line is my friend and yours from the Nashua Telegraph. I believe he's at Gillette right now, but doesn't know that because he's the oldest man in the world. I'm talking, of course, about the great Tom King, who joins me here on the Christian Arcand Show. King, how's it going down there? Are you at Foxborough?
Yes, I am.
Awesome.
Let the record show that I've been bought and flipped several times. Okay, instead of this old house, it's this old man. So.
Very good. How is it down there? Everybody in mid-season form over there in the press room? Are you driving everybody nuts talking on the phone in there, by the way?
I have a row all to myself.
Wow.
Yeah,
Brag.
third row. Yeah.
You must not have showered today. That's probably why.
I guess not. Yeah, I didn't take my weekly shower. So.
Gross.
So, what would you like me to tell you that you probably don't already know from what you've seen? Let's put it this way. The place is half full.
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically the second unit out there right now.
Yeah. How's the grass? Has anyone torn up their ACL yet?
No, but I wish that when they were tearing up all that field turf, they would have told me. I could have taken some home, put it on my lawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's quite a story with the grass and field turf. But see, I remember. See, I'm old enough. I remember when they decided to go to field turf back in, I believe it was 2005.
Okay.
And it was during the season, Christian. They didn't make that move in the off season. They had a stretch of bad weather, and the sod was just torn up. So for everybody who wants to see grass, it's not field turf is sometimes the only option you can do if your turf is all torn up constantly. And that's the reality of today's athletic world for a lot of teams and a lot of sports. So I'm not surprised that no NFL teams are going to go to grass. They're really not, or the synthetic grass that they use indoors.
Yeah, seems that way. Let's talk about the players on the grass and the players who are not on the grass, including Christian Gonzalez, who appears to be holding out. There's been no official declaration of it yet, but I mean, if it quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck, right?
Well, I don't know. There's about 8 or 9 guys that aren't dressed.
Right, but did they not come to joint practice either?
Well, was he hurt? Was he hurt the day before?
Was there an announcement from the team that he was hurt or not? I missed that. I mean,
that's the question. No one asked. No one asked. And the only guy that Vrabel said is being kind of worked in and then taken out, worked in and taken out is Barmore, and that's because of the blood clots.
Right.
So that's it. That's all we know. So, no one, I wasn't there on Tuesday. I got there Tuesday for the joint practices, but you know that the little scooter I have doesn't get me down to Gillette, right away.
The
so
rascal scooter.
So I didn't, the George Costanza scooter. So I didn't make it down in time for Vrabel's press conference, and from the North Pole. So it was I didn't. No one was there no one asked what was the story with Gonzalez after he, came up limping or came up a little lame and dinged up in Monday's practice.
Wouldn't that have been something that may have just come up organically then, though? I mean, this isn't some fourth stringer. We're talking about one of the most important players on the team right now.
I don't think Mike Vrabel wants to talk about Christian Gonzalez at all. And I think that they just let that hang. So, and let everybody and that's what you do. Let everybody make up their own mind. Now, let's see what happens this week. Look, it would be smart for Gonzalez to do to not play, right?
Sure.
It would be smart for Gonzalez to not go in the joint practices where somebody could take him out just because they want to take him out, another team. His own team wouldn't do that. However, don't forget, this guy went toe-to-toe with A.J. Brown, going at it all camp. So that tells you something a little bit, right? That tells you the competitive nature and everything else. It's not in his nature to do this. But then again, the social media stuff, the Instagram post, the whole bit, I give him credit for doing it. It took me about a half an hour to figure out how to post that Drake May thing the other night.
Yeah.
So
good post. Well, you say it's not in his nature, Tom, but I mean, he had a hamstring linger for about 9 weeks last year to open the season, that.
Well, true, no doubt about it. But he's not the first player that coaches shake their heads at about hamstrings.
Yeah.
So, and anybody with injuries, anybody should know that. Being Vrabel ought to know that. Vrabel ought to know how it goes sometimes. So, and he ought to know about Vrabel marched to his own beat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he got shipped out of here because he mouthed off about the Crafts.
Right.
So, way back when. So, he is not going to really put himself on the line here with Christian Gonzalez. He's not going to say a whole lot. Now, I bet he will definitely be asked something after the game. There's no question about it. I'm sure someone will ask him about Christian Gonzalez. Was he hurt? That is going to be asked.
Well, if no one does, Tom, you have to, okay? This is on you.
Yeah, I will.
All right.
I will if I can get myself down there in time. It's a long way.
Take the freight elevator. You'll be all right. Let's then talk about, since Vrabel doesn't want to talk, Robert certainly does. Robert was singing to everybody about the inner workings in the negotiation and what has been offered and all of that. What'd you make of Robert negotiating out in public like that?
On the first day of camp, I thought when I first heard it, okay, something's going to be imminent here. We're going to hear something this week. And when nothing happened, it was just basically, throwing it out there. Look at us. We're going to make, we love Christian Gonzalez and we're going to pay him. The problem I see here is it is just getting to be an epidemic in the NFL. Everybody wants to be the highest at their position, and it's trumped week after week. One guy signs, same position, next guy signs. It's over and over again. So I think Gonzalez and his camp, they want to create a big buffer so that the next guy that signs after them isn't going to be the highest. Mm-hmm. He's going to have the highest salary for a while, and that increase is probably what is stalling the negotiations. I'm sure of it. But the thing is they got to, they're going to have to do it soon. They really will. If I don't think he's going to hold out, for the start of the season. He wants to play, right? And he wants to show what he can do. And my guess is that it's either going to get done probably after the third preseason game, because there's a lull there. There's a 2-week break between the end of the preseason. Well, a week and a half for the Patriots because they play on a Wednesday night. But during that time is when I think something's going to happen.
Okay.
I think either something's going to happen or it's just going to get out of control with everybody talking about it and all the rumors and everything else.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be a week and a half where there's no game. And that's going to create a lot of news and a lot of talk and a lot of rumors. and we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yep,
you know?
certainly. One guy who is playing in the game tonight is Kayshon Boutte, and despite a pretty good summer that he's having so far here, the starters aren't playing, and it's pretty clear now that this is who they want to go forward with, the new guys, Dobbs and obviously A.J. Brown, with Boutte being the odd man out. I've heard him described that way by several different people, and I just have a hard time squaring that circle. I don't understand why you would move away from that, even if that's what he wants. I mean, he's under contract, and he has a relationship with Drake May, and I've been kind of confused about the Kayshon Boutte situation this entire offseason, really, Tom.
Because you just paid 2 wide receivers big money.
So?
And they're gonna have to play.
So you play that. I mean, that's 3 guys. Like, those are your top 3 guys right there.
But, Mac Hollins, veteran, good possession receiver, and also who's cheaper, right? Who's going to be cheaper? And when you start moving down the totem pole, Chisholm's only making what, $1 million or so.
Yeah,
they're he's I don't think I would keep him, but I think they're going to keep Chisholm, and I think it depends on where they want to go with 6 or 7 guys. But if you go with 7 guys, where are you going to have the time for Boutte? He's not going to get a lot of playing time. He just isn't. So if that's the case, you're not doing right by him, and they can get value for him. I think his stock has probably risen. At least it should, and that's why he's out there tonight.
Well, you say there's 7 receivers, Tom, but there's not 7 ahead of Kayshon Boutte. He's the 3rd in the pecking order. That usually means you're on the field a good amount.
He's 3rd in your pecking order. He may
in anybody's pecking order, he's definitely he might be the 1st best receiver on the team right now.
I agree with you, but I don't think that they see it that way. I mean, he may not be 3rd in theirs because he does the same things that A.J. Brown does, and that's why. So, and of course, they got another kid. Don't forget Kyle Williams, right? He's got a rookie contract, and they need to find. But they need. Yeah, but I know, but they need to make sure. They need to find out for sure. So they're going to try to give him. They're going to try to get him in. They're going to try to get him in there.
Has he done anything in this game? By the way, I'm not really watching that closely.
I believe he was targeted once. I think he was. Okay. I looked down, and I think he was targeted once because I'm not. I'm back in the press box lobby now, because if I start talking like this, I'll disturb everybody.
I'm sure, yes.
And there's no 4th row for them to put me at, so I'd be stuck. But the thing is they got to find out. Kayshon Boutte, everybody said stunk after his rookie year, and look what happened. Right, he got better. Drake May, well, I think they thought he wasn't that great, and Drake May said, "No, I like this guy. I want to throw to him," and they did. I mean, he when May was a rookie, he connected with him a little bit.
Yeah.
But Boutte didn't. Boutte had weaknesses, but that was one of May's first best passes. We talked about it before when I've been on this show. That deep ball to the end zone that Boutte caught. That's what Boutte can do. But A.J. Brown can do the same thing. That's why I never agreed with trading for A.J. Brown in the first place. So you got an A.J. Brown. You got a guy who could be A.J. Brown.
Maybe. But, I mean, you're talking about in Boutte like a 500-600-yard guy. I mean, that's sort of where he is in his career. You want to give Drake May someone who can give you more than that, and that's obviously something Brown's able to do.
Well, I mean, I think Drake May will tell you Boutte could give him more than that.
Maybe.
Yeah. So, but I mean, look, I think he's great. I think they ought to keep him, but I don't think they're going to keep him. I think they're going to trade him and get some value for him. I think that's what they're going to do. Because I always look at, okay, who's playing tonight? Who's out there tonight? The fact that he's out there tonight shows me that they're going to showcase him. They're going to try to do right by him, get him some tape, get him some film, and then go from there. He's had a good camp. He's done well in camp. He started out really well. I think he's tailed off a little bit as they go to use other guys. But that's what it looks like. It really does.
1 quarter down now. 1 target for Boutte yet. I don't like this. I don't like where this is going. Tom King, great to talk with you, buddy. As always, go back to annoying everyone there in the press row, and we'll talk to you soon. All right.
All right. Take care, Christian. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom King, Nashua Telegraph, joining us here on the Christian Arcand Show. Always good to hear from my buddy there. A dreadfully boring football game going on right now. Just nothing, nothing to write home about. Maybe throwing up to number 9 there. Let's get some action going. Let's get something to talk about, huh? 617-779-7937. When we come back, there is a mystery, a true crime, if you will, hanging over the halls of these hallways here. Halls of these hallways? Jesus. Let's try that again. Take 2. Someone stole my headphones. We'll try and find out who next.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty from Catches Law Group. When you belong to a union, you know what it means to stand together, to protect each other, to fight for what's fair. For decades, Catches Law Group has proudly stood with New England's union workers because those same values guide us every day. When an injury changes your life, you deserve a law firm that understands what's at stake: your health, your paycheck, your family, your future. Catches Law has recovered more than $3 billion for injured New Englanders, more than any other law firm. If you or someone you love has been injured, visit catcheslaw.com today.
Men, when addressing the problem of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation because every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, and at our practices, we offer the full range of ED treatment protocols and can even combine therapies to help make those intimate moments special, both for you and your partner. At Northeast Men's Health, we're the leader in treating ED in the area. Our medical providers specialize in men's sexual health and understand that no 2 cases are alike, which means you'll get the right treatment for you based on sound medical evaluation and appropriate applications of medical therapies. Plus, we offer treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most men, you'll get your sex life back. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000. That's 617-793-5000. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 7 offices, including our new office in Bridgewater.
What if we dropped a giant pin to mark every place that Needham Bank helps customers and businesses thrive? We'll need a lot more pins because we're opening a new Needham Bank branch at the Prudential Center with unique products like free checking and free ATMs through full ATM reimbursement, plus a top-rated online banking platform. We're creating quite an impact in the heart of Boston. So visit us at 111 Huntington Avenue at the Prudential Center. Learn more at needhambank.com.
I'm Joe Campanelli, President and CEO of Needham Bank. What can we help you build?
Member FDIC.
You can stream the show or listen on demand anytime. Just download the Odyssey app.
That's AUDACY.
Save WEEI as a favorite and listen wherever you go. The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
Has he found his headphones yet?
No.
Have you guys got any updates behind the glass about Arcan's headphones?
Honey!
What?
Where's my super suit?
What?
Where is my super suit?
Okay. We got a problem here, folks. We got a problem here at WEEI. Maybe just beyond EEI even. We have a problem here at Odyssey Boston. Recently, you may have noticed if you watch on Twitch or on YouTube, that we moved studios. We moved across the street, diagonally, kind of, from where we were. Still in Brighton, now up in the WGBH building. And it's beautiful in here. Still feel like we need some stuff on the walls. I'm a little not sure what's going on there. Something that identifies that it's WEEI. I ended up getting a big Pete Shepard and Dale Arnold and Ted Sarandis and Eddie Andelman fatheads, but clearly the morning show did not care for those. Took them all down. Maybe I'll put them back up before the show's over. But there's a bigger problem than my fatheads. And you just heard it right there. Mego and Jones discussing it today. The case of my missing headphones, which has now become a bigger deal than I was really thinking it was going to be. Little background. Oftentimes when the Red Sox are at home, I do the show from Fenway Park, so I'm not here in studio. Last week, I had a show on Monday, a week ago Monday, and then I was at Fenway the whole rest of the week. So I did the show Monday. I used my headphones, obviously. I put them back in the case, which you can see here if you're watching on Twitch. And I put it back in the AV room where they do the video. That little, there's a little room down the hall where they do video. And I put them in the case, and I put them in there, and I left them there, and I was gone the rest of the week. I come back Monday of this week. I go to get my headphones and do Red Sox pregame since they're in, Toronto. And I open the case, and the case is empty. So I look around the room. I don't see him anywhere. I interrogate Glenn, who was just sitting there doing his job. I said, have you seen my headphones? You know anyone who took the headphones? And have you seen anybody go in here? Da-da-da-da. And he says, no, I don't know. I haven't seen, people come in and get their headphones. Jones and Keefe keep their headphones in there, too. But someone came, grabbed mine, took them out of the case, and never returned them. So I started asking around. I asked the people who were there that night. I don't remember if you were there or not, Josh, but I was asking, afternoon show, and I asked Joe, and Tristan was around.
You texted me about it.
Video room. I was texting people, just seeing like who may have. Like I figured someone has to know who to grab them, and I didn't assume that anyone tried to steal them. Just that they needed headphones. They saw some, they grabbed them, and then they forgot to put them back, or they put them in their bag and took them home, or something, and just forgot about that. That's what I assumed happened here. But as the week has gone on, and no real leads other than a lot of finger pointing going on here at the station, I'm starting to think that maybe something else happened here. I'm starting to think maybe someone did actually steal them. Like, on purpose. So, if you heard Jones and Mego, they put on their detective hats today and started an investigation. An investigation which I already started, by the way. I sent an email to, everyone at EEI. And I told them, I said, I don't care if you grabbed them by accident. I want you to, I want them back. So just put them back in the case. I'll leave it in the AV room, and we don't have to talk about this again. But I do want them back. So whoever took them, that's where they are. Nothing. I stand before you today with an empty headphone case. And these aren't the nice, they're Bose. I mean, they're pretty nice, but they're not, they're not like $1,000 headphones here. But I do want them back. So let's hear what Jones and Mego, what their investigation has turned up, and I'll compare it with my own notes, and we'll see what kind of progress we've made. Here's Jones and Mego.
Has he found his headphones yet?
No.
Have you guys gotten any updates behind the glass about Arcan's headphones?
No, but wasn't Terp trying to throw people under the bus, which made me think Terp might be guilty? Although,
I thought Mego threw Terp under the bus,
since Mego brought this up, Mego, you did at one point, because Arcan spammed the whole company the other day.
Arcan
and was like, I can't find my headphones.
All of Odyssey. New York employees were
all right, stop it right there.
Emails.
That is not true. That is not true. Mego is exaggerating for comedic effect right there. I did not send it to anybody outside of WEEI. Anyways, go on.
New York employees were getting emails about Arcan's missing headphones. Here's what happened.
But did you at one point, Mego, and it's hot under these lights, but did you at one point, true or false, borrow Christian Arcan's headphones?
Okay,
True.
Stop it right there. Stop it right there. Mego admits on the air that she has gone into the back, taken my headphones, and used them. Which, whatever, I'm not going to get too upset about that because clearly they'd always come back, except now they've not. So, there's our first lead. Mego, a repeat offender, perhaps. Perhaps. Justin Turpin had a theory as well. Let's hear that, if you could continue
Last week, I
there.
came in. I can't remember. I was doing a spot for something, and I didn't have my phones. My headphones had just broken.
Didn't have my phones,
I went and
man.
borrowed Christian Arcan's from.
Why did she say
the
my whole
Twitch
name,
room.
too, by the way? Why'd you say Arcan? Why do you have to say, I borrowed Christian Arcan's phone? She does that with Drake May, too. She's like, Drake May had a good throw. I think Drake May is. And the one thing about Drake May, it's just like you can just, that's right. But she does have to say everyone's full name all the time. It's weird. Anyway, go on. Sorry.
I went and borrowed Christian Arcan's from the Twitch room. And I brought him in here.
People are going to hear this. People who work here are going to hear this and where there's extra headphones. Don't tell them where.
Good
Well,
point.
they're
James.
not there anymore is the problem.
That is. Some
They
some
never
other
went
people's
back.
are.
So I put them back in his wonderful case. I remember I wrapped up the little cord that goes between them, and then I set them right back where I had them.
That was a lot of detail. I wrapped up the cord. I put it back in between. I did everything. I put it right back in the cage. I tied up the cord. A lot of details. A lot of details there, Mega. Almost like you. And Jones called her out. He's like, it sounds like you just rehearsed that. Which it did. More theories thrown around. Let it run a little more. Or is that the end of it?
That was the end of
No,
what
that
I
was the
grabbed,
end of
yeah.
it. Okay. All right. Apparently, Justin Turpin accused, and this is all on the record here. I mean, they all mentioned it today.
It's like a 10-minute, it would take us up until the break.
It would take us to the break to play the whole thing. Justin Turpin pointed the finger at the fellas from Play Tessie who come in here on Sundays with Rob Bradford and says that I've seen those guys come in, and it's just a fire drill. They grab whatever headphones they see. They just grab them, they run in. I'm sure they've grabbed yours before. They never have headphones, and so they just come in with the headphones. I said, interesting. So I said to Joe, who also produces that podcast, I said, Joe, can you ask the Play Tessie guys if maybe they grabbed some headphones here about this week? And he goes, they couldn't have. They were at Fenway on Sunday. I said, So you can rule them out. You can also rule out Rich Schertenlieb, because the last time I saw Rich Schertenlieb, the Red Sox were 14 games under 500, so it's definitely not him. I haven't seen him in forever. I don't know. Rich is gone, way gone. Like, he's not been around here in a long time.
I will vouch for Jones and Keefe, because the day that you texted me, I was working Twitch that day, so I was in that room. I saw the two of them go in there, grab their own headphones. Jones gave me a fist bump too, brag. And then he walked, and then they both walked out. So I can vouch for Jones and Keefe.
Okay, that was an unnecessary detail.
What, the fist bump?
Yeah.
Well,
what's with all the details? Huh?
No, don't. Whoa. Yeah,
What's with all the details,
you see my own headphones on me.
Yeah, I know I do, but I'm just saying. I mean, you know.
Well, I'm just
everybody's got a lot of details.
I'm just thinking you'd want a full description of what the scene was.
What did the fist bump add to it, other than this is something that really happened because there was a fist bump? That's all. It's just
I'm just saying, like, if a real detective or a cop is after you, they're asking you a ton of questions. I mean, they want to know the full picture, the full scene.
Okay.
You gotta paint it for them.
Well, you don't know that they didn't take him some other day. There's a whole week's worth of that. That's
true.
I've also heard from people, well, why don't you just go check the security cameras? Into that, I would say, we don't even have cable in here yet. You think we got security cameras working? Maybe we do. I don't know, but I would guess we probably don't.
I'd vouch for them the other days because they were at Gillette.
Okay, that's fair. They were at Gillette.
So I don't think it was Jones or Keefe.
Well, one of those got rained out. I guess that was maybe the day then. So yeah, probably not them. If it's Ted, there's nothing I can do about it. If it's Ted, they're his headphones now. That's like the Debo rule from Friday. It's like, that's my headphones now. It's my bike, punk. Like, okay. Well, I guess it's your headphones now, Ted. So if it's Ted's, then yeah. I don't think Ken would take them, but... And then I guess that just leaves the morning show. I was told that Chris Curtis likes to borrow headphones sometimes. But I don't think he would take them and not bring them back.
I can say Curtis did borrow my headphones one day, but he did return them. He did give them to me back. He handed them to me.
Got it. So, Curtis, Wiggy's got his own headphones out there. I know that because I was looking around, and he's got, like, Courtney. Could it be Courtney? Courtney, I think, only reason I think is maybe she forgot her headphones one day. She was distracted because she, just gave birth. She's sitting on like a hemorrhoid pillow in here. There's clearly a lot going on. And she forgot them one day. Forgot she grabbed my headphone. I don't know. She read the email. I think. I don't know. Courtney, all right. Courtney's also a suspect, I guess. How about Hillman? Would Hillman have taken him?
Hillman doesn't
He doesn't wear headphones.
I think he plugs in headphones, but he leaves them to the side so he can still hear Curtis and Shine from in here, but he doesn't wear them. So I don't think it would be him.
Why does he do that, by the way?
I don't know. I guess he just doesn't want to wear them.
Huh. I mean, I don't want to wear them either, but I feel like if I did that, I wouldn't be able to hear anything.
Could it be a producer? We're thinking of hosts right now. Could it be a producer?
Yeah, could be. Could be a producer. Could be Nick. Could be Billy. Could be Shime.
I'm going to rule out Nick. Nick wears earbuds.
Shime denied it. I texted Shime and Mego because I knew they were there that weekend, and Shime's like, nah, I got my own headphones. Never borrowed them before. And he usually has his own headphones. However, the mystery continues. Any theories, text them in at 617-779-7937, or you can call the show if you have a theory. If you think there's someone very obvious that I'm missing right now, please let me know. Could it be Joe Braverman sabotaging me? It could be.
My college roommate, real life Tom. I don't know why. I just want to throw him under the bus.
Tom Christopher is your college roommate? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, he's my college roommate.
Really?
Yeah, I just want to throw him under the bus. I don't know if he did it or not.
What was it like being his roommate with that weird thing he has with vomiting?
What that weird thing he has with vomiting?
He's like really scared to throw up. Like he's like really. He didn't tell you about that all the time, all the years you were roommates?
Oh no, he hates throwing up, but he will throw up pretty easily sometimes.
Right, but isn't it like something he's like very, whatever. We don't want to talk about it.
He hates that in the airport.
In airports, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, seems like he'd be a tough guy to live with sometimes. I like Tom a lot, but I don't know if I want.
No, I love him.
Okay. There you go. Could be him too. Could be him. Could be Zach. Could be anybody. All I know is that my headphone case remains empty. It is still empty. And that's where we are in the investigation. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We'll take a quick break. We'll get to your phone calls, and we'll get to the New England Nightly News right after this.
Tell me what my suit is, woman. We are talking about the greater good.
93.7 WEEI. Austin's
Sports Original.
Let me tell you something. When you sign up for your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. And then you may or may not hear from them again until it is time for renewal. Your business runs all year, and so do the gaps and the risk. That's why I'm introducing SuperSure. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex just to buy a policy online. SuperSure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like Fine Print Facts, which translates your current policy into plain English, so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus, a business value calculator, so you can estimate what your business is worth, so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Go to supersure.com. That's supersure.com.
Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Hi, this is Stephen Goulston. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because we're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate. 781-344-2420. Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
August is Appendix Cancer Awareness Month. Prominent buildings across New England will turn their lights to amber to shine a light on this rare yet life-threatening disease that has vague symptoms that are often ignored or dismissed as something minor. Appendix cancer incidents have risen over 200% in recent years. It is rare, and early detection is crucial. Visit acpmp.org to learn the symptoms and find out how you can support awareness efforts. That's acpmp.org.
Fan Cash Fridays are here. Listen every Friday for your chance to win $100 in fan cash from Fanatics Sportsbook. Use Fan Cash to unlock unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, and more. No purchase necessary. Must be 21 plus. See full rules on the WEEI contest page.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You can listen to WEEI on your smart speaker.
Just say, play 93.7 WEEI.
The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
Christian Arcan Show here, WEEI. We have a lot of text, a lot of reaction here to the case of the missing headphones. I'll start on the Twitch chat. These are just some of the theories. Number one, you got to set up Ring cameras all around the studio. What are those new cameras that the cops use? The flock cameras?
Oh, I have no idea.
Bunch of flock cameras everywhere.
We're going to give everyone a body cam.
They said this is a real-life whodunit. Is Terp a trustee or a traitor? I don't know. I used to think Terp was trustworthy. Now I don't know. I don't know about any of these guys. This is like the Spider-Man meme. Everyone's pointing fingers at each other. True. Arcand, you're having trust issues over this. Yes, I am. I legitimately am. I was going to go buy new headphones, and I was like, well, wait. It's not like I have a place to put them here. I had them in what I thought was a safe spot over there in the AV room, and someone just went in there and grabbed them, so I'm not going to get new headphones. Why would I get new headphones if people would just take them and walk out with them and then not bring them back? No, I'm not going to get new headphones. I'll just keep using whatever these ones are. I don't even know whose these are. They're just in here. So, yeah, that's it. Convenient timing for Rich Keefe to take a vacation. Very convenient. Very convenient. But as we mentioned, he wasn't really here this week anyway.
I can vouch for him.
So, he was at Gillette for most of the week. So, Dan Ball is the name that I keep seeing. Have you thought about Dan Ball? What about KJ? Has KJ been in studio? I think he has.
I can't remember. I think the last time he was in studio was maybe a week ago.
John Lyons denied it. Dan Ball denied it. As we all know, they who denied it supplied it. That's when someone farts. But also maybe when they steal headphones. I don't know. All right. Text line. Arcan, maybe it's a prank. That's not a very good prank, just stealing someone's property, I guess. I guess it kind of, but it's been almost a week now. You can give them back. Prank's over. If someone was going to steal your headphones, they would take the case too. You'd think. But then why didn't anyone bring it back yet? 508, if this was a police investigation, Mego would be the top suspect because she already admitted to borrowing them. So they're pretty much already in her possession right now. So I'm thinking Mego. Mego said that she did that a while ago. She borrowed them a while ago before this whole thing happened. Texter, I believe whoever took them made an innocent mistake. I would like to believe that. I would. Except that they're still missing. And now everyone knows that they're like everyone knows that. I talked to the people at Mix and the night I'm like, hi, I'm Christian Arcan. Did any of you steal my headphones? I didn't accuse them, but I said, if you happen to see them, if you see a pair of headphones, just could you put them aside their mind? They said, yeah, okay, get out of here. Go away. We liked it better when you were in the basement. We didn't have to interact with you. Disgusting sports people. They didn't say that, but I could tell they were thinking it. I could just tell from the body language. Anyway, I'm just kidding. They were very nice. 617-779-7937. Let's go to Casper in Worcester. Hey, Casper.
Hi, Christian. Sorry to hear about this situation with the headphones.
I'm
Are
bothered
there
myself.
Are there any unusual markings on that phone, those headphones, that if you saw them on somebody else, you'd know right away?
Well, they're Bose headphones, so I'd know them. Yeah, I'd know them if I saw them.
Okay. Well,
I know what they look like. Yeah, I've had them for a long time. So
I know, and sometimes you can't replace something that you like so much. All I can say is, from now on, headphones in a soft shoulder valise, whatever, in and out of work. You never leave them at work again.
Yep, I guess that's what I'm going to have to do, Casper. I guess. Unfortunate. I like to be able to trust my coworkers, but now I cannot. How could I? How could anyone? Everyone should be bothered by this, not just me. If it could happen to me, it could happen to you. Jones and Key, they got headphones in there. They keep them right in the same place I had mine. Could happen to anyone. This should bother everyone. And I got to say, Josh, you don't look too bothered by it back there, my friend.
No, because I'm sitting here with proof that I have my own headphones.
Right, but they could take your head,
Well, I keep my headphones in my backpack. I don't leave anything in here in the studio.
See, we had lockers at the old place, and I would just put stuff in my locker, and it was great.
See, I'm a part-time guy, so I'm not here consistently enough. So I don't leave anything here. I just bring it all back home with me.
Yeah, could be. Okay. All right, that's enough about the headphones. 617-779-7937. We will get to the bottom of this, I guarantee it. Patrick is in Western Mass. Go ahead, Patrick.
How you doing, Christian?
I'm not doing great right now because of the headphone thing, but otherwise I'm okay. What's going on?
I had 2 quick points. First, I take Booty over Dobbs. I feel like Booty hasn't been given the opportunity as Dobbs, and they're the same guys, are they not? One's on an $80 million contract. One's your own homegrown guy. Why are we not leaning Booty on this?
Because you made an investment in Dobbs. That's why. I mean, that's the reason. You make an investment in a guy, then you can't just turn around and say, sorry, buddy, we're going to go with the guy who was already here. It's like, well, what'd you sign me for? That's an investment that they have to honor.
That's fair enough. And my other one, this has been eating up a hole in my brain for 2 weeks, dude. You were talking about the other week, someone who introduced you to Fangraphs.
David Laurila, that was his name. I remembered it. David Laurila, that was the guy's name. Laurila. It came to me eventually, but that was who I was thinking of.
I thought it might have been my old roommate who lived with you in Watertown when he was working for the Red Sox, Seth.
Oh, remember Seth. Yeah, sure. I remember Seth. Yeah, absolutely.
He was big into the analytics, still is to this day, and presses on me. That's my best man at my wedding. That's my boys. I was like, who are you talking about?
No way. Yeah, Seth's my guy. I haven't talked to him in a while, but that's cool. Thanks for calling in, Patrick. Appreciate that. It was not him. But, yeah, I do remember that. He was a big stat guy for sure. Yeah, very cool. Yeah, that's funny. All right. Well, there you go. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We'll continue with your phone calls here. And want to reset on the Red Sox. And a truly excellent performance from Peyton Tolley today. We'll get you caught up on what's going on here with the Patriots. They just scored a touchdown. Tell you who it was. And we'll get to more of your phone calls at 617-779-7937 right after this.
This year, make your smile count. Now open in Belmont, Dr. Emma Wu Dentistry is welcoming new patients to their brand new state-of-the-art office. From cosmetic dentistry to full mouth restoration and dental implants, every smile is crafted for comfort, confidence, and results that last a lifetime. And to celebrate the grand opening in Belmont, for a limited time, patients receiving implant or full mouth restoration services can receive up to $2,000 off treatment. Call 978-686-2223 or go to dremmawu.com. That's dremmawu.com.
Think you've got baseball figured out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market and official partner of Major League Baseball. Trade on who's winning the division or taking home the Cy Young or MVP and who wins it all in October. As every game changes the season, the markets move too, creating new opportunities to trade. You're trading against other fans, not the house. Download the Polymarket app today and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $20 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
It's colossal lobster roll season at the 99 restaurant. Choose hot buttered or traditional with celery and mayo. Both built to the hilt with chunks of tender North Atlantic lobster, served with fries and coleslaw. Enjoy it with friends for a limited time. You gotta love the Nines.
On August 22nd and 23rd, immerse yourself in one of World War II's largest battles at the American Heritage Museum's Pacific Reenactment Weekend. You'll feel like you just stepped out of the trenches of Okinawa and into an epic clash, complete with staged ground combat. Enjoy rare access to our aviation hangar and classic automobile barn, plus the chance to drive an authentic World War II tank. Doors open at 9. Don't miss your front row seat to this living history event. Purchase tickets now at AmericanHeritageMuseum.org.
Hi, this is Dr. Franke of Boston Prolotherapy. I'm a big believer that one of the best things that you can do for your joints is to keep moving, especially when you find an activity you enjoy. If you've been curious about pickleball, here's a great way to try it. On August 13th, join me at 11:00 in Foxborough at Patriot Place for a fun new pickleball clinic and exhibition led by Boston's only senior professional pickleball team, the Boston Dragons. Come learn the fundamentals, how to move and play smarter, and how to avoid joint injury. Come ask me questions about your joint pain or come and play. At Boston Prolotherapy, helping people remain active and keep doing the things they enjoy is a big part of what we do. Come meet me and the Boston Dragons on Thursday, August 13th, before the game at Patriot Place. Experiencing joint pain? Call for a free phone consultation at 1-833-GO-PROLO or online at bostonprolotherapy.com.
First responders are 9% more likely to develop cancer and 14% more likely to die from it than the general population. As a first responder, what are you doing to mitigate this risk? What are you doing to keep yourself safe? First Responders Credit Union is partnering with Dana-Farber's Direct Connect program, reminding all first responders to get checked. If something feels wrong with your body, get to the doctor. Early detection saves lives. For more information, go to Direct Connect program at dana-farber.com. Sponsored by First Responders Credit Union.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
When my home was ready for a painting refresh, I didn't know where to start. With PaintZen, all I needed was my phone. I jumped on PaintZen.com and set up my whole project in seconds. Try it for yourself and take the pain out of painting.
What an atmosphere tonight. The stands are packed. Down here, two fans side by side, both holding a Heineken. Promising start. The chant begins. Listen to that. Perfect sync. Corner coming in. They lean forward together and goal! Arms up. They cheers. Wait, that's a hug. That's a hug. Let's check the replay. Yes, two strangers at kickoff. Friends by full time.
Fans have more friends. Find yours in the stands. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Back to savings at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a free MicroGuard Select oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
You can watch the show anytime via our live stream on Twitch.
Just go to twitch.tv/Boston WEEI.
And check out WEEI on YouTube for our video on demand content updated daily. The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
Well, listen, I know everybody's talking about the Patriots' tougher schedule, bad offseason vibes, all those things, and they are true. But the fact of the matter is they have maybe the best young quarterback in the game. And when you've got a quarterback that talented, anything is possible. They've added weapons. They have A.J. Brown. They have Romeo Doubs. And they have Drake May. He is the difference maker. And no matter what else goes wrong, no matter what other injuries there are, if he continues ascending the way he has, the Patriots will be a contender for the next dozen years.
I grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side. Staying alive was no job.
Adam Schefter is talking Drake May. Christian Arcan Show here, WEEI. Nice to have you with us here tonight. Patriots heading into the half, about minute 45 left. Colts have the ball. They are driving. Patriots lead 10-0. Kicked a field goal on their opening drive, and on their most recent drive, Tommy DeVito, Tommy Two Chains, Tommy Cutlets, Tommy Bag of Donuts over here. Connected with Kyle Williams, who I just said to Tom King stinks. Maybe he doesn't. But they scored a touchdown, and it's 10-0, and now the Colts just scored a touchdown of their own. I didn't see who that was. They caught it. But the Colts on the board. Anthony Richardson connecting with his running back, who, Lord forgive me, I have no idea who that is. Looks like let's see. Ulysses Bentley IV is the name of the guy who just scored that touchdown. Wow. What a name. Ulysses Bentley IV. If your name is Ulysses Bentley, you are passing that name down, so I get it. I get that. Wow. What a cool name. That might be one of the coolest names ever. Ulysses. What a time to be named Ulysses, too, by the way. That may supplant Sterling Hornbuckle III is my favorite all-time name. Because Sterling Hornbuckle III is the best name I ever heard. And I don't even remember where I heard it. But Ulysses Bentley IV. That's pretty good. Anyway, that's what's going on with the Patriots in their first preseason game that hardly anyone's playing in. I'll tell you what's not going on with the Patriots. Kayshon Boutte has not received one single target in this game. Not one. How about that? I wonder why that is. Maybe Tommy Cutlets doesn't like him. Maybe the order came down from on high. We're moving on from this guy. He's not going to be on the team. Don't give him a bunch of highlights. All right? We don't want everybody crying and bitching and moaning when we trade him for a 5th-round pick or a 6th or whatever it is that we get for him. Which, what are they even going to get for Kayshon Boutte? They couldn't get a 6th-round pick when they were shopping him around before camp started. There's no value there, according to everybody, which I'm surprised by. You think someone would have taken a flyer. But they also probably assumed if they want him off the team so bad, they'll just cut him. That's what happens. That's usually the way things go. You can't find the trade that you want. No one wants to give up a pick when they don't have to, unless someone really covets Kayshon Boutte, and then they'll throw a 7th at you or something like that. But then is it worth moving on from him for a 7th-round pick just to do it? Because you already have 2 other better receivers? And I understand, on some level, wanting to accommodate the player. And if Kayshon Boutte demands a trade and he's going to be a real problem if he doesn't get one, then that changes things a little bit. But Kayshon Boutte is a 6th-round pick. And you trade him, you don't know where you're going to go, Kayshon. You could get traded to the Jets. You could get traded to the Raiders. You want to go play with the rookie over there? You want to go play with, one of these crap quarterbacks in the league? There's some tough ones out there. Some teams you probably don't want to go to. There's 2 guys ahead of you on the depth chart here, but one of them is kind of injury prone, and the other one you might be better than. Kayshon Boutte might be better than Romeo Doubs. He just might. But, you get traded to the Dolphins, and all of a sudden it's Malik Willis and Quinn Ewers throwing you the ball. You go to Cleveland with Shador. How about that? You want to do that?
No!
I don't think so. You want to go to Philly? You get traded to Philly.
No!
Last guy who was in Philly, even though they won the Super Bowl, he could not get out of there fast enough. You could go to the Falcons with Michael Penix. You could go to any number of places where you're not going to have someone the caliber of Drake May throwing you passes. And that's something I think Kayshon Boutte should, if he's really serious about demanding a trade, should keep in mind. And he probably has considered all of this. I don't know. I'm uncomfortable just letting him leave. I'm uncomfortable with that. I wonder how May feels about it. I really do. I wonder if his input has been taken into consideration here. Because you would have to assume, based off of, all the changes that have gone on already in his young career here. Going from the Gerard Mayo year to last year and out of this, one thing that's been constant is Kayshon Boutte. Diggs is gone. Diggs was his go-to guy last year. He is gone. You're replacing his go-to guy with another go-to guy that I think is primed for a big season. I mean, I'm not worried about A.J. Brown if he's on the field. But we don't know yet how that's going to go. We don't know what that's going to look like at real game speed. We're definitely not going to see it here in the preseason. Not in this game tonight, obviously. And who knows? Who knows if we see it at all? What kind of usage they're going to have. And if they're afraid to put him out there on this crappy turf that they have. There's that whole thing to worry about, too. That being said, it may end up not mattering. Let's say things connect great with Brown and great with Dobbs, and Williams starts to ascend a little bit, and now all of a sudden you got all these wide receivers, but you have your top 2 and, maybe some guys in the mix at the wide receiver 3, and you forget all about Kayshon Boutte, and it's like it never really mattered to begin with. And to that, I would just say, well, considering the fact that this is, according to everybody, a much tougher schedule, and Drake May still is a young player in the league here, I think some familiarity is probably a useful thing. And if you have 7 wide receivers, you could probably find another guy to move on from other than Kayshon Boutte, I would think. But if he really wants to be out of there and they just don't think that it's going to work, then fine. I just think that's a risk you're taking. And I don't think that should come at the expense of like a Mac Hollins or, another productive receiver. But it just seems like it's better to have more of those guys than to move on from one for reasons that you can't really describe or explain. That's sort of where I am with all of that. That being said, the passing game is not really something I'm worried about this year. And boy, is that nice to say. Doesn't that feel good to go into a season and not be worried about the passing game? Not worried about the targets and the weapons and all that? Oh, did I get tired of that? Did I get tired of hearing about weapons? Oh, you got to get weapons for Drake May. You got to get weapons for this guy. Got to get weapons for Mac Jones. Weapons. It would drive me insane. It was a never-ending conversation. And it drives you insane because the Patriots never really prioritized that all that much in the Belichick era, save for like 5 years where they didn't win anything, but they brought in Moss and Welker and what's his name? The other guy there who had that car accident. What the hell was his name? Dante Stallworth. And a couple other guys. Jabbar Gaffney, they had some other guys. But that wasn't really the way that this team went about constructing their teams. Julian Edelman was not a high draft pick. He was a 7th-round quarterback. Gronkowski, that was a big one. But he dropped to the 2nd round with injury concerns and not really the pedigree of someone that anybody thought was going to be one of the great tight ends of all time. That was not the reaction when he got drafted. So there have been some hits, obviously. But for the Patriots, it's been a while. Really, it's been a while since you've gone into a season and felt this good about the passing game. Even Mac Jones' rookie year, which was his best year, their big spending in the offseason was Henry, Jonnu Smith, and Nelson Aguilar. That was considered a big splurge on the offense. And Henry turned out to be a great pickup. Smith obviously didn't fit into the offense and dropped a million balls, and he's continued to have a career since then. So it may have more to do with just a bad fit here than he sucked. But, Nelson Aguilar was Nelson Aguilar, and that was basically it. Jacoby Myers, that was your offense. Rex Burkhead, I think he was still on the team. This was who you were looking at, and that was considered a big, splashy offense offseason. And now you remember what that's really like when you really get serious about that, and you push all your chips in for a guy like A.J. Brown. And, man, it's just you grow used to the way business is done and the way it was getting done with this Patriots team for years and years and years. You just get used to it. And then all of a sudden it switches. And you remember, oh, yeah, you can be like the other teams. You can take a chance every now and then. You can overextend yourself and give up some real capital to bring in a guy that you think can be a difference maker at that position at wide receiver for your young quarterback. For so long, it just seemed like not a priority. So all this with Kayshon Boutte, listen, I'd like for him to stay on the team. But ultimately, whether he does or he doesn't, this was a very, very good offseason for the Patriots passing offense. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll reset on the Red Sox. Peyton Tolley nails today. Caleb Durbin, grand salami. We will have lots of fun stuff coming up at the 9 o'clock hour, including the Arcan Fire. We will have dongs. Josh B. back there, his first dong report. So we'll be gentle. It's coming up next here in the 9 o'clock hour on the Christian Arcan Show.
When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, I do a little research. Remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no coming back. What up, it's Wiggy, and before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Whether you're dealing with pain from bone-on-bone arthritis, a torn meniscus, or years of wear and tear, surgery isn't the only conversation you should have. Talk to Dr. Tupper and his team at QC Kinetics about how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients like you here in the greater Boston area. You'll start with a medical evaluation, review your history, any imaging, and the actual source of your pain. So forget about being out of work for a long period of time because of surgery. Go to QC Kinetics. The consultation is totally free, so call 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-7246.
Catches Law has recovered more money for injured New Englanders than any other law firm. Not somewhere else, right here. Right here for New England families, right here for New England workers, right here when you need us most. I'm Sean Flaherty, and I'm not somewhere else. I'm right here, too. Call Catches Law today.
What are you looking at? The game's right in front of us.
I'm checking findmassmoney.gov.
At the ballpark.
Why not? It's a program from the Massachusetts State Treasurer's Office that helps return unclaimed money to Massachusetts residents and businesses.
Like what kind of money?
Forgotten savings accounts, uncashed payroll checks, and more. 1 out of every 10 people has unclaimed property.
Let me check. No way! My name is on the list.
Looks like our team isn't the only winner today.
Search your name at findmassmoney.gov. It's fast, easy, and free.
Arbella Insurance has been serving the New England community for over 35 years. Being your neighbor helps Arbella provide you the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for New England, here for good.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
Want to know it, Caleb?
Here's the pitch, and it is driven into left field. It is back and is gone. A slam for Durbin, and the Red Sox lead it 5-0. Who needs 10 fingers? Durbin. Tone setting, and the Red Sox finally a big swing in Toronto.
Caleb Durbin with a grand slam to help the Red Sox get a win from this series against the Blue Jays with a final score of 7-0. The Sox will kickstart a series with the Pittsburgh Pirates tomorrow with first pitch at 6:40 p.m. Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks have you on the call right here on WEEI 93.7, the Odyssey app, and across the Shaw Star Market Red Sox radio network. Shaw Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Dan Ball will get you ready for the game with the Mass Mutual pregame show starting at 5:40 p.m. I'm Josh Bragg, and that's what's in our feed here on WEEI. And we head into the final hour of the Christian Arcan Show right now.
One and two to Vladdy, 2 down, bottom 9. Pitch is swung on and missed. He struck him out, and the Red Sox salvaged the finale here in Toronto. Tolley was awesome. Durbin, another grand slam, and the Red Sox snap their 5-game losing streak. That's a big-time win for this Red Sox club.
You're listening to Christian Arcan on WEEI.
Final hour here. It's your final hour. Christian Arcan Show, WEEI. We are live in our Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. We are Boston Sports Original. If you missed any part of the show, like our conversation with Tom King, our investigation into the case of the missing headphones, stolen headphones, or our conversation with Christopher Smith, you can always go back and listen on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. You can find the exact chapter that you want to, tap right on it, boom. Or you can listen through the entire show. You can do anything you want. It's the best app, maybe in radio history, I would say. I don't think there's a better one. I don't think there's ever been a better one. And that's not me just saying that. I really do believe that. What you just heard right there was the end of a 7-0 Red Sox victory over the Blue Jays today. If you were just tuning in, that happened earlier this afternoon, which is why you get a full show from me. I know you're very surprised. Like, what's this? I usually hear Arcan for like 3 minutes. No. And it's not after like 10 o'clock yet either. So right in the sweet spot. This is usually, and once football season starts, you'll be hearing a lot more of me. Once the Red Sox are all done. But hopefully, that's not until October. And they have a pretty good chance of playing into October if guys like Peyton Tolley continue to pitch like this. 8 innings tonight for Tolley. He was awesome. 8 innings, allowed 2 hits, walked 2, no runs, 4 strikeouts. One of the hits was an infield single. The other one was a double play, like the next batter, I think. And the 2 walks, one of those became a double play. The Blue Jays really had no answer for him. And one thing I was really impressed by Tolley today was the diversity of the attack with his pitches. He is, and this was sort of the knock on him coming into the season, a guy who's just fastball. He's all fastball. Was he even going to really ever make it as a starter if he can't just, get his off-speed stuff over the plate or get that sinker in the hitter's eye before it drops off there? Something that they'll actually want to try and swing at. And that was a big question for him. Today, I guess, that question got answered. Because he was throwing the curveball, he was throwing the cutter, he was throwing the sinker, he was throwing the he was really mixing it up, and the Blue Jays had no idea what to do about it. It wasn't like his last start where he had 1 million strikeouts, which was awesome, by the way. I thought that last start was one of the best starts any pitcher's had this year, where he had the 14 strikeout. He looked like Roger Clemens out there. He looked like a lefty Roger Clemens. He is kind of built like Roger, too, like he does have that same kind of look out on the mound. Latter day, post-roids, allegedly, Roger, that guy, that Roger. I'm not saying totally looks like, but it's just, they're both big guys, that's all. Only real difference is the mustache, and he throws lefty. But he was excellent. Improves to 8-6. ERA drops down to under 3 on the year. And there was some debate about whether or not Tolley should have come out for the 9th inning, to pitch in the 9th inning, which at that point they had a 7-0 lead. So to that, I'd say, I said this in the beginning of the show, I'll say it again. Unless there is a clause in Peyton Tolley's contract that says a complete game shutout unlocks some kind of big pay raise, who cares? Who cares if he got the complete game or the shot? Unless he's on your fantasy team. And if he is, I don't care about that either. And the Red Sox definitely shouldn't care about that. There is no reason to push it with him, especially considering you've made it this far. You're over his total innings. You already passed that in the last start. Now you're in uncharted territory. And he still looks pretty good. But that doesn't mean you got to throw him out there unnecessarily. If it was still a close game, if it was still 1-0, sure, you put him out there because they can't touch him. But even Greg Weisser can probably protect a 7-run lead in one inning, you would think. You would hope. He did tonight, by the way, which is good. What is not good is that the reason Greg Weisser's on the team at all is because Garrett Whitlock was placed on the IL today with elbow inflammation. And as soon as I heard elbow inflammation, I thought, oh, God. Any kind of inflammation in the arm of a pitcher this time of year, bad news. Real bad news. And for a guy like Whitlock, who is so important to this bullpen and so important to that bridge between the starter and Aroldis Chapman, and even someone who has been talked about in the event that Chapman, who has been kind of shaky lately. I mean, he's not, hasn't been a huge downturn in his numbers or anything like that. He's still mostly getting the job done, but he has given up a lot of hits. The idea that if something was going on with Chapman, potential Chapman insurance there in Garrett Whitlock. Well, now you might need Whitlock insurance. And who's that? Well, naturally, you turn to Justin Slayton. I think Tyron Guerrero is probably the next guy in line, although he melted down very badly last night with that awful inning that he didn't get one single out in. Now, Contreras dropped the pop-up, so it wasn't all his fault. But even that, I mean, I mentioned that in Red Sox Review. Contreras dropping that pop-up was a pretty bad error. But Guerrero couldn't get anybody out other than that anyway. He still had to get 2 more outs after that pop-up, even if he caught it, and he couldn't get anybody out after that. And he looked like he was completely wiped. And all I could think was, man, Whitlock hasn't pitched in a couple days. Why isn't he out there? You put in Seth Martinez in a 1-run game the night before, and now here you are putting Guerrero out there. Normally I wouldn't have a problem with that, but he just didn't have it. And all this time you're wondering, where's Whitlock? Well, that's where he is. And Weissert, who, frankly, I thought looked fine, and who, if you need him, is a guy that you can turn to. Not someone that you want to always have to rely on, certainly not in the close and late spots. He just hasn't been that guy this year. But he's a useful arm. He's a guy who can give you some innings. And that's where you are. Red Sox, important win tonight, or today. Because if they had lost, do you know what that would have been? That would have been their first 6-game losing streak of the year. They have not lost that many games in a row this year. So for everyone who was saying things like, well, Arcand, 5 in a row, that's obviously not good, but it's not that bad. Come on, we've seen them really play their worst. Yeah, right. Them playing at their worst in a 5-game stretch was losing 5 games in a row. We never seen them lose 6 in a row. That would have been their longest losing streak of the year if they lost today. And I would be having a very different show tonight. I can tell you that. I would be having there would be a very different tone and tenor of this program if the Red Sox got swept in Toronto and lost their 6th game in a row. We would not be having this same conversation. What we're talking about instead is how good Tolley was. And that's something I think needs to be a part of this conversation. Whenever we talk about the Red Sox and what this season has been, I think it's important that you make the distinction of who was being inconsistent. The Red Sox were an inconsistent team this year. That is not a true statement. It's not. The true statement is the Red Sox offense has been inconsistent this year. The Red Sox starting pitching staff has been amazing. From the beginning of the year to the end of the year, without their ace, just not available. Their best pitcher, the guy who was a Cy Young runner-up last year, has not really been around at all. And when he did pitch, he wasn't that good. And despite that, Sonny Gray, Ranger Suarez, Connolly Early while he was here, Peyton Tolley, Jake Bennett, sometimes Brian Bayo, but only when he didn't pitch the first. Patrick Sandoval, who hasn't exactly been, electric with his stuff. He's not talking about Johan Santana here, but you are talking about a guy who usually when he pitches, the team wins. This pitching staff has been remarkably consistent. And so when you say the Red Sox have been inconsistent this year, I think it's important that you specify who you're talking about. Because that's not a fair thing to say about this pitching staff. It's not. It's an absolutely fair thing to say about the offense. The offense has been madly and frustratingly inconsistent this year, and they should take all the grief that they deserve for that. And when they were good, they were the best team in baseball. It's not a coincidence, folks. It's not really even that deep. The pitching staff, the pitching has been there all year. What sunk this team is the offense. And today, I'm going to eventually remember that it was a day game sometime in the show. We still got, 49 minutes? I'll remember it at some point. Today, Caleb Durbin hit another grand slam. And he hit it while his pinky fingers basically at the point of needing amputation. I mean, this thing, he jammed it up again last week. He's been fighting through it. And he got a sweeper that didn't sweep, and he did not miss it. And what's cool about that play, one of the coolest things I've heard of this year so far, is Wilson Contreras came up with runners on first and second. And he told Durbin, he said, listen, Durbin's batting sixth, Yoshida's batting fifth, Contreras is the cleanup guy. He says to him, I'm going to bunt. And then they're going to walk Yoshida, and then you're going to hit a grand slam. And Durbin was like, okay. Like, yeah, you're going to bunt? Okay, Wilson Contreras. Like, let's see that. He goes up, he bunts. What do they do next? They walk intentionally Masa Yoshida. And what happened after that? Caleb Durbin hit a grand slam. That's pretty cool. That's like a legitimately cool thing. If it happened just like that. It sounds like it did. Because you heard the story from Durbin, and I think Tracy said it too. But that's pretty cool. And Durbin hitting another grand slam. Pretty good month he's having, I'd say. As the Red Sox just turn the faucet off. That's what it felt like. That's what tonight felt like. You know, the water was coming out, and they just got there, and they turned the thing out. They cut the water off before they flooded the bathroom. That's what it seemed like they were heading towards. And instead, hopefully, we can get either another win streak. Certainly no problem with that. But realistically, now this team can settle into winning series, not losing several games in a row, win one, lose one, win two, lose one, whatever. That, I think, is enough to secure their standing in the wild card picture. Can they catch the Yankees still? Absolutely. The Yankees lost tonight. They're only 3 games back of the Yankees. I think the dream of catching the Rays is probably dead. I think that's probably over. The Rays are just too hot right now, and that 5-game losing skid probably pushed you right out of that. But you can still catch the Yankees, and you should want to catch the Yankees. Those 3 wild card games last year, where were they? Bronx. I think those games being played at Fenway could have gone a different way, even with all the injuries and the Red Sox having to go to early in Game 3. I think that could have been a whole different series at Fenway. And if you have a chance to get the home field, you should take it, especially now that the Red Sox are good at home again, which is something I was very worried about during the year. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. We do have open phone lines, but coming up next, in 2 minutes, we got the Arcan Fire with Josh Bracken. Don't go anywhere.
When is the best time to sell your estate jewelry, Swiss watches, and diamonds? Right now.
At Springer's Jewelers, our Page Estate jewelry and pre-owned watch buyers are on staff every day.
Maybe it's a diamond of a carat or more you've inherited or has simply lost its meaning. Recycle it. We'll pay you much more than anyone else.
And fine Swiss watches, we have buyers for all the major brands.
Springer's Jewelers in beautiful, tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and springersjewelers.com.
What if we dropped a giant pin to mark every place that Needham Bank helps customers and businesses thrive? We'll need a lot more pins because we're opening a new Needham Bank branch at the Prudential Center with unique products like free checking and free ATMs through full ATM reimbursement, plus a top-rated online banking platform. We're creating quite an impact in the heart of Boston. So visit us at 111 Huntington Avenue at the Prudential Center. Learn more at NeedhamBank.com.
I'm Joe Campanelli, President and CEO of Needham Bank. What can we help you build?
Member FDIC.
It's Anthony Lamacchio with Lamacchio Realty, and I want you to know that our realtors are here to serve you across New England and South Florida. We never stop moving. In every town, our realtors are your neighbors. They know your market because they live in it with you. And if you're moving to Florida, from Miami to Palm Beach, we've got you covered. Buying, selling, or doing both at the same time, we've got you covered. Visit LamacchioRealty.com. That's LamacchioRealty.com. Celticsresource.com.
If your body is 60% water, why are you filling it with stuff that tastes like it came from a garden hose behind a gas station? You could have a fountain of youth right inside your own home. LifeSource, powered by Duggan, is a whole home and whole body approach. Duggan, the exclusive New England contractor for LifeSource water filters, is here for you and your family, making you healthy one faucet at a time. Call 855-DUGGAN-1. That's 855-DUGGAN-1. Duggan Mechanical Services will get you glowing.
You can stream the show or listen on demand anytime. Just download the Odyssey app.
That's AUDACY.
Save WEEI as a favorite and listen wherever you go. The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
Run the jewels.
Little after 9:15, Christian Arcan Show here, WEEI. Nice to have you with us here tonight. Josh Bracken is behind the glass. He's been running the board, taking your phone calls all night, and now it is time for him to get behind the microphone in tonight's edition of the Arcan Fire.
It's time for Arcan Fire on the Christian Arcan Show. This is WEEI.
All right, first things first, I got a bone to pick.
Oh?
Adam Silver. Celtics NBA
I
schedule
thought you had a bone
released.
to pick with me. I was ready.
Oh.
I was like, all right, what do you got? Let's go.
God, no. What would I have against you?
I don't know. I was surprised, but okay.
No.
Adam Silver. You got a
It's Adam
problem with
Silver.
Adam Silver?
Yeah, NBA schedule got released.
Okay.
Celtics schedule, obviously. Did you see when their opener is?
It's at like 3 in the afternoon, right?
It's 3 p.m.
Mhm.
on a Tuesday.
Against the Pistons.
Against Detroit.
Mhm.
You had a golden opportunity in front of you. The biggest elephant in the room, and you didn't schedule the Celtics against Philadelphia on like a Friday night. No, you went with Detroit on Tuesday at 3 p.m.
Pretty stupid.
That bothers me. And you don't even see Philly on November 10th. And by the way, you're in Philly, by the way. They're not in Boston. They don't come to Boston. Jaylen Brown does not return to Boston until January 21st.
Wow. Stupid. That's stupid.
I hate that.
I wonder if they had, like, who was going to be home and who was going to be away when, because they have to take a lot of stuff into consideration there.
True, and Adam Silver even said, he even came
But
out
they
and
had enough
said,
time to be able to set this up. You know, there's plenty of time for that.
and they even said that they're waiting for LeBron to make his decision so they can make the schedule, and now LeBron's on Philly. That's just another thing to add against the Celtics, and you don't put that against the Celtics on the season opener?
It's ridiculous.
I hate that.
That is ridiculous. I agree with you. I think that this was a pretty harsh screw-up here by Adam Silver, even if you don't think the Celtics are going to be that good this year, which I think could happen. I mean, get ready for that. Get ready for the national pundits to be like, well, without Jaylen Brown and it's just Jason Tatum coming back from the injury and Hugo Gonzalez and these other guys they wouldn't trade for Giannis or whatever it is that they end up saying is probably what I'm going to say. You know, like when they start having those conversations, expect the Celtics to start getting disrespected. Expect Tatum to start getting disrespected. And that being the talk of why they didn't rush to set this thing back up. But I think that even that's stupid because whether the Celtics are good or not, Celtics fans and the NBA viewing public in general is going to want to watch Tatum versus Brown on two different teams. There's no getting away from that. That was a very public, very ugly breakup. And that is not something that you let fall by the wayside here when you're trying to get people interested in everything. Now, listen, the NBA is in a pretty good place right now. The Knicks just won the NBA championship. That's huge for the sport. That's huge for that area and viewership and ratings and all that stuff. Sure, they don't have a ratings problem, but why not keep the momentum going? I thought that was very, very weird. I agree with you.
You drive a BMW by any chance?
No, I don't.
Have you seen the Spider-Man movie by any chance?
I have not seen that either, no.
Are you wondering why I'm asking those two questions back to back?
A little bit, yes.
So a lot of people are upset at BMW because they're promoting the Spider-Man movie through their cars as commercials. When you turn your car on, the little screen you have in there, because everything's futuristic.
They're putting ads on those?
It plays a BMW Spider-Man ad because there's a ton of, if you haven't seen the movie, no spoilers, but there's a ton of BMW cars in the movie.
Okay.
They paid for it, whatever. So they're using their little
There's someone
screen.
somewhere who's going to be like, I can't believe you just gave that away.
Oh, sorry, guys. They're using their little screen when you turn your car on, and it plays a Spider-Man commercial before you drive.
Wow.
And so people are now getting very upset at BMW
I don't like that.
and Spider-Man that now commercials are entering people's cars. That isn't even a form of media.
Yeah. You can't do that. You can't put it in the car. Put it on a billboard or something, like you can't put it in the car. And it's just one type of car, like it's like only new BMWs have this thing.
It's like, I would say, a BMW from 2020 on.
From 2020 on?
Something like that, yeah. Anything with a technical screen.
Well, a lot of them have like the old screens, where it's
Yeah.
just like, because some of them, like the whole panel, I don't drive a BMW, but I've seen like these cars where like the entire front is all just one big screen. That's some of the Teslas are like that too, where it's all a screen. And it goes all the way across the entire dashboard, all the way over to like where the glove compartment would be. There's like screen over there too. It's just this like big long thing. It's kind of like what's on the side of the GBH building, like this, just very long screen. But you're putting ads there. You're putting ads when you start up the car. Here's an ad. God. Listen, I mean, I'm not surprised.
And for a subscription of $10 a month, you can eliminate ads on your car.
You got to buy a subscription to get rid of the ads.
That's not true. I'm just making that up.
I was going to say. I bet you that's next, right?
I'm telling you, all the reports are like, this is a warning sign that we're going to get advertisements everywhere now and not just forms of media.
What's next is going to be a subscription to drive the car.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Once the self-driving car. By the way, the self-driving cars are going to destroy radio forever. That's my theory. Once everybody's got a self-driving car, then it's like, oh, okay.
You won't catch me in one of those. You'll never would. I like driving too much.
I like driving too.
Yeah, I'm not going to just sit there and just
But
wait.
imagine just being able to take a nap.
I hate naps.
And the car drives you. You do? In the morning, you're driving to work in the morning, you just get to close your eyes for a little bit. All of a sudden you're there. Sit in the parking lot a little bit. Maybe the robot car got you there and a little extra time. A little extra shut eye. That's the American dream, isn't it? Sleeping in the car while your robot chauffeur takes you to work. That really is the American dream. What else we got?
All right, as we all know, football is starting.
Yes.
Let's go. However, specifically girlfriends are joining forces online, and they are coming with girlfriend survival guides on how to survive the next 6 months with your boyfriend with the NFL.
Really? You have to be able to survive them watching a game one day, two days a week?
Yes. And we have audio if you'd like it.
Sure, let's hear it.
Welcome. This is your girlfriend survival guide to football season. Now we are locked into this until February. So we're gonna need something that's gonna keep us occupied throughout these hard, long months. First things first, an iPad so that you can watch your shows while also spending time with your partner.
This sounds like what I have to do with my toddler son. Like, I have to put whatever he wants to watch on TV. I'm watching the Red Sox on his iPad. It's really sad. It's kind of pathetic, but that's what this sounds like. Let's hear a little more.
That's going to be on every Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, and
Not Saturday.
Monday.
It's only like 2 Saturdays the whole year. It's Thursday, Sunday, and Monday is when it is. You're right about that. But come on, Saturday, be real. That's only like 1 or 2 Saturdays. Go on.
A showgirl? No problem. Get you a spicy book series to read, okay? Because by the time we get to February, you will have finished. Immediately after, your favorite alcoholic beverage of choice, because if we're gonna have to sit here and watch grown men in tights chase a ball around, at least we can be tipsy while doing it. Good blanket for that long nap that you're gonna take from quarters 1 through 3.5 until the 2-minute warning happens and you actually wake up to pay attention to see who won the game. But don't worry if you sleep through it, because the blanket is just that good.
Next one. That was awful. I hated that.
It's time to go behind the glass for The Producer's Point on the Christian Arcand Show.
All right, Patriots preseason is up, and I have one guy that I love, and I genuinely think he's going to have a breakout season. That man being Travion Henderson. I think the end of his season last year with how Ramondre Stevenson went out, he had to step up, and he absolutely went dynamite throughout those couple games that he went on. I think this is the season where, call me crazy, I think he's going to get solidified as the RB1 on this team. I think they may start with Ramondre Stevenson at the 2, or at the RB1, Travion as the backup. But I think as a young player, on this team, and potentially if Ramondre Stevenson can't stay healthy, he's going to get another opportunity this season. He's going to go off. I think a lot of people are looking at a lot of other players. They're looking at A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs, Drake May, the obvious. But what about the other guys? What about the running backs? I genuinely think this is the year that we see TreVeyon Henderson take a massive leap as one of the best offensive players on this team.
There you go. Josh Bracken with the producer's point. High on the running game. Thinks TreVeyon Henderson going to have a breakout year. TreVeyon Henderson had the most electric plays of the year last year. Those long touchdown runs that he had. And he had other big chunk plays where you're like, this kid, if he stays healthy and maintains that burst, he's going to be a special player. And he did have a big season, big rookie season. We'll see what the sophomore season looks like here. He is a running back, so they have short shelf lives, but hopefully this one goes at least one more season. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for the first time in over a week. Coming up next, we have the Taters. We have the Goners. We have the Dingers. We have the Dongs. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dong Report is next.
93.7 WEEI.
Boston's sports original.
Sprained wrist, ankle twist, broken thumb, can't make a fist, busted knee, surgery, that patch of ice you didn't see.
Where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50 milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain.
Tendon tear, nose repair, tripping on that broken stair, dislocation, operation, moped crash while on vacation.
Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes.
Joint displacement, knee replacement, fell on marbles in the basement, ladder slip, broken hip, that rock climb where you lost your grip.
To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit Jernavix.com.
Let me tell you something. When you sign up for your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. And then you may or may not hear from them again until it is time for renewal. Your business runs all year, and so do the gaps and the risk. That's why I'm introducing SuperSure. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex just to buy a policy online. SuperSure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like Fine Print Facts, which translates your current policy into plain English, so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus, a business value calculator, so you can estimate what your business is worth, so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Go to supersure.com. That's supersure.com.
Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
You spend enough years in locker rooms and the radio business, and you learn to spot the difference between somebody who wants to learn your name and somebody who actually wants to help you. Ted Johnson here, and before I endorsed Awaken 180, I sat down with Paige. There was no corporate pitch deck, no pressure, no sign here and we'll figure it out later. She asked about me, what I wanted to change, what had frustrated me before, and gave it to me straight. That told me everything. Paige has built Awaken 180 around people, not volume. A client is a person, not a number. Coaches know who you are, what's happening in your life, and when something needs to change. I felt that from day one, then I experienced the results. 22 pounds gone for a guy who thought he knew everything about nutrition. That's why I'm still proud to endorse Awaken 180. Not because somebody handed me talking points, but because the company earned my trust and then backed it up. For more information, go to awaken180weightloss.com.
The Colonel's cooked up a new $10 bucket of the day just for you. Monday, 24 nuggets for $10. Tuesday, 8-piece fried chicken for $10. Wednesday, 10 wings for $10. Thursday, 8 tenders for $10. Friday, 24 nuggets for, ooh, you guessed it, didn't you? $10. The $10 bucket of the day deal. Every weekday. Only at KFC. It's finger licking good.
Prices and participation vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax extra.
Pros, find the right flooring for the job in Lowe's newly redesigned flooring showroom.
Shop our expanded assortment of trusted brands and get up to 35% off style selections, Stainmaster, and Stainmaster Pet Protect Special Order Carpet. And while you're here, save $100 on a DeWalt 20-volt max 6 amp hour 2-pack of batteries. Now just $179. Get more of what you need faster and save more where it counts from the ground up. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
What if we dropped a giant pin to mark every place that Needham Bank helps customers and businesses thrive? We'll need a lot more pins because we're opening a new Needham Bank branch at the Prudential Center with unique products like free checking and free ATMs through full ATM reimbursement, plus a top-rated online banking platform. We're creating quite an impact in the heart of Boston. So visit us at 111 Huntington Avenue at the Prudential Center. Learn more at needhambank.com.
I'm Joe Campanelli, President and CEO of Needham Bank. What can we help you build?
Member FDIC.
If you missed any part of the show,
Or to have it delivered to your phone daily.
subscribe to The Christian Arcan Show on the Odyssey app.
Or wherever you find your podcasts.
The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
Dong 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 dong.
Swinging a drive! Oh! He killed it!
Where's the dong?
It is gone!
You can put it on the board, yeah! Pelota como estas? It's out of here!
Congratulations on your extremely long dong.
Dongs, 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 dongs. Dongs, 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 dongs.
Oh, yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it is time here on this Thursday, the 13th of August, the year of our Lord 2026, for the Dong Report. Very exciting. It's been over 10 days since our last Dong Report. And I would like to dedicate this Dong Report to Jeremy Conley. Let's go ahead and get to it, but before we do, let's hear Will Fleming out of context.
Hard is so much better.
Don't have to tell me that twice, big boy. All right, let's go to the Dongs, and we'll start in Detroit with the Guardians and the Tigers.
And that feels like it might be a little soft. Like, it should be harder.
Got a theme so far on this Dong Report. No dongs for the Guardians. For the Tigers, Eduardo Valencia, dong number 5 on the season. A 389-footer. Tigers take this one by a final score of 3-0. Let's head to Miami for the Pirates and the Marlins.
I'm a little bit of an adrenaline junkie.
Okay. Little bit of an adrenaline junkie. You know what really gets the adrenaline going? Stealing people's headphones. Mego. Stealing them. For the Pirates, Jared Triolo hit his second dong of the year.
Treat. No, I got it. It counts. I didn't even spy anything. It counts.
Rafael Flores Jr. with a double dong night, numbers 2 and 3 on the season for Mr. Flores. And Jacob Gonzalez, dong number 6. For the Marlins, Owen Cassie hit his 13th dong of the year. But the Pirates take this one easily, 13-1. The Pirates, who the Red Sox will open up a series with tomorrow. Let's go to the Bronx for the Mariners and the Yankees.
There's no way they're moving Wood.
Mariners, 1 dong. Weston Wilson, dong number 4 on the season for WW there. And that was the only run of the whole game. Mariners blanked the Yankees 1-0. Weston Wilson with the lone run scored. All right, let's head to Chicago, Rate Field for the Reds and the White Sox.
I'm in the hairy nipple category, so I understand. I resonate.
Sure. Yeah, we know. For the Reds, a couple of dongs in this game. Sal Stewart with his 26th dong of the year. And it was a long one.
I will never forgive you!
Thank you very much. A 419-footer, which, ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking at the list here, I believe. Yay! For the uninitiated, that was the long dong gong, and that means Sal Stewart at 419 feet hit the longest dong of the night so far. And congratulations, Mr. Stewart. on your very long dong. It's number 26 in the year for him. Eugenio Suarez hit his 8th of the year. Tyler Stevenson. Number 11 for him. And for the White Sox, no dongs, but they did put up a fight. Reds, even with all the home runs, win by just 1 run, 9-8. All right, let's go to Toronto for the Red Sox and the Blue Jays. Craig Breslow, you'll hear him. That, of course, is the vocal stylings of Josh Bracken, who's doing okay so far. A little slow on the drops, but it's his first time. He's doing his best. Red Sox and Blue Jays, 1 dong in this game. A grand slam, Caleb Durbin. 12th dong of the year, his 2nd grand slam of his career, and 2nd grand slam of the month. It went 384 feet, and it was part of a 7-0 Red Sox drubbing of the Blue Jays. Let's go to D.C. for the Cubs and the Nationals.
So, yeah, I do go.
What was that? What was the context of that one? Do we know?
No idea.
Can I hear it one more time? I want to see if I can get a clue from the clap rhythm.
So, yeah, I do go.
Maybe he was talking about his preferred lovemaking method. That could also be. You know, you never know. You never know what the hell, man. No dongs for the Cubbies for the Nationals. You might want to grab the buzzer for this one because I am going to screw this one up. Abimelec Ortiz. Abimelec Ortiz. Abimelec Ortiz. Really?
I'm going to keep it buck with you. I don't know. We'll just go with it.
All right, sure. So any of those could have been right. We don't know. Whoever it was his 4th dong of the year, a 414-footer. Let's go to Minnesota for the Phillies and the Twins, which is in progress right now on Netflix, the Field of Dreams game out in the cornfield.
I have great bladder and bowel control.
I've heard him say that before, and I believe it, but I also feel like if you really did, you wouldn't have to say it so much. So maybe he doesn't. You know, maybe he's just a real big fan of Northeast adult diapers. Kyle Schwarber, a double dong night. Kyle Schwarber, a double dong night. Thank you. Numbers 36 and 37. Hit him into the corn. 369 nice feet and 355 feet on those. For the Twins, Luke Keeschel. Dong number 7 for him. The Phillies lead in this one by a score of 5-1. They are in the bottom of the 6th inning out there in the corn. All right, a couple of games that haven't started yet. Rangers and the Angels.
Potato, tomato. Whoop.
Almost. That game starts at 10:07. No dongs, though, obviously, because, hasn't started yet. And do we have Joe Castiglione for that? No, I guess not. All right, Brewers and there we go. Thank you very much. Brewers and the Dodgers.
Career that he's going to be too big for his bridges.
Too big for the bridges. You got to be pretty big to be too big for a bridge. Brewers and the Dodgers also no dongs because that game hasn't started yet either. Thank you, Joe Castiglione. All right, there you go. Add them all up. Carry the 1. And ladies and gentlemen, on a getaway day, we got ourselves a 15 dong night. A Tommy Heinsohn 15. A Patrick Mahomes 15. A Dustin Pedroia 15. A
Vince Carter.
A Vince Carter 15. Good one. Thank you. Yes.
Jokic.
A Nikola Jokic 15. Very good.
Carmelo Anthony.
A Carmelo Anthony with the Nuggets 15. Yes. Very good. How about a Jim Edmonds 15? Jim Edmonds, a center fielder. He played in the 90s and 2000s.
How about a Hal Greer 15?
A Hal Greer 15. I'll take your word on that one. I wouldn't know that off the top of my head. Brandon Marshall 15. Brandon Marshall, stud receiver for many, many years. What?
A Tommy Heinsohn.
I said Tommy Heinsohn. The first one I said, yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No problem. It's okay. You got a lot going on back there. Let's see. Who else? I feel like we're missing some Patriots. A Chris Hogan 15, I think. Chris Hogan was 15.
A Boogie Cousins 15.
DeMarcus Cousins 15. That sounds right.
Ooh, a Clint Capella 15.
Clint Capella 15. Okay. We're moving. We're grooving. The number is 15. We may have late breakers. There is that Field of Dreams game with the short cornfields. and we have games that, I guess the other ones don't start till 10. So if we're going to have a late breaker, it's going to have to be out in the Field of Dreams game. But the number is 15. Send in your 15s at Christian Arcand. Josh, what's your Twitter account?
JBrack37.
JBrack37. B-R-A-C-K.
Yes.
30. Who's the 37 for? Bergeron?
No, Semi Ojeleye.
Semi Ojeleye.
Yep. Favorite role player of all time.
A Semi Ojeleye 37.
Yep.
A Rodney Harrison 37.
Locked up Giannis in the playoffs.
I feel like we've gotten 15 a bunch of times. But you know what? It's not my job to juke the stats here. I'm not going to get creative with the numbers. This is the Dong Report. We report the dongs. We don't make them up. And if it happens to be 15 again, well, it's 15 again. And I'm going to give you some facts about the number 15. And we're going to go through all the number 15s of everyone who ever played with that as well. Because that's what we do here on the Dong Report. So send them in. You can text them at 617-779-7937. Or you can tweet me at Christian Arcand at JBrack37. The number is 15. We'll be right back.
First responders are 9% more likely to develop cancer and 14% more likely to die from it than the general population. As a first responder, what are you doing to mitigate this risk? What are you doing to keep yourself safe? First Responders Credit Union is partnering with Dana-Farber's Direct Connect program, reminding all first responders to get checked. If something feels wrong with your body, get to the doctor. Early detection saves lives. For more information, go to Direct Connect program at dana-farber.com. Sponsored by First Responders Credit Union.
At Milligan and Higgins, they understand sometimes good people find themselves in tough situations. That's why they specialize in OUI and criminal defense. Attorney Jay Milligan is one of 2 board-certified OUI attorneys in the state. If you're pulled over, protect yourself and your future. Don't face it alone. Reputation and experience matter in the legal system. Get Milligan and Higgins on your side to fight for you. OUI specialists when it matters most. Go to milliganhiggins.com for more information.
When my home was ready for a painting refresh, I didn't know where to start. With PaintZen, all I needed was my phone. I jumped on paintzen.com and set up my whole project in seconds. Try it for yourself and take the pain out of painting.
Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to cars4kids.org now, or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
This is Carrie Coughlin, Executive Director of Friends of Boston's Homeless. I'm inviting you to join us for the 35th annual golf tournament to help end homelessness. On October 5th, shotguns start at 11 a.m. at the Bass Rocks Golf Club in Gloucester. You'll spend the day overlooking the Atlantic Ocean with amazing views from almost every hole and the opportunity to win great prizes, all while giving back. Go to FOBH.org. That's FOBH.org.
Want the lowest price on name brand tires? Town Fair Tire beats all the competition. We beat the wholesale clubs. We beat online prices. We beat all local tire dealers. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up, just what I needed, real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN.
What an atmosphere tonight. The stands are packed. Down here, two fans side by side, both holding a Heineken. Promising start. The chant begins. Listen to that. Perfect sync. Corner coming in. They lean forward together and goal! Arms up. They cheers. Wait. That's a hug. That's a hug. Let's check the replay. Yes, two strangers at kickoff. Friends by full time.
Fans have more friends. Find yours in the stands. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
You're listening to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
Remember, I was your hero. Christian Arcand Show here, WEEI. Live in our Brighton studios. A few minutes left to go. First of all, I want to say congratulations to Josh in his first ever Dong Report. It wasn't perfect, but
I tried my hardest.
You did try.
I knew it wasn't going to be perfect.
Put an effort in.
It's hard.
It's a lot to it, yeah. There's a lot to do with the dongs here.
Props to Joe and Zach, who were able to do it much quicker than I can.
Yes. Listen, it wasn't all roses for Joe or Zach or David when he did it either. Or Tristan. Listen, it's tough. It's tough to do all that. There's a lot goes into the Dong Report, which is why,
Maybe I didn't do enough meditating.
That could be.
Probably that.
You didn't become one with the dongs.
No. I'll do that on top of the mountain.
Very good. Like a Ricky Williams type of thing. You go off on go to Australia, live in a tent, smoke like a pound of weed, and then you come back, you're like, I'm ready to do the Dong Report. I'm ready like a pound every day. Just completely. You come back, your hair's all ratty and matted, and you're like, I'm ready for the dongs. We did get a lot of submissions for 15s. Chris Hogan, we got him. Thank you. Thurman Munson from the 860. Did not think of that, but good. Milt Schmidt, also from Connecticut. Texter in the 413 says Messier 15 is a dense cluster of stars that orbits around the center of our galaxy. Okay. According to Google AI Overview, the number 15 is a natural number that follows 14 and is before 16. Well, thank you very much.
Whoa.
AI. Marte Mapu 15 from Zach. Kevin Millar 15, which is pretty embarrassing. We all missed that one. How do we all miss Kevin Millar? My God. And there's some more. Let's see. Let's see if we got any tweets. It doesn't look like it. All right, let's see. Who do we have? We already gave you Mahomes. Bart Starr 15. 5-time NFL champion. Earl the Pearl Monroe 15. Carlos Beltran, 15, comes in from the 781. Also got a Ryan Getzlaff. That one coming from 603 in New Hampshire. Ryan Getzlaff. Joe Torre, 15. Which I guess that was his number when he was the manager. I remember was 6. When he was the manager of the Yankees, he was number 6. So it must have been 15 when he played. Milt Schmidt, already got that one. Thank you. A Steve Van Buren of the Van Buren boys. 4-time NFL rushing champion. Hall of Famer. Cecil Cooper, 15.
Ooh, a Bismack Biyombo 15.
Bismack Biyombo 15.
He wore 15 on the Thunder.
Okay. I remember him on a couple of teams. And I remember thinking, what a name. How about a 1993 American League Rookie of the Year, Tim Salmon, 15? How about, before he made it to the Celtics, when he played for the Hawks, and Al Horford 15. Eh? From the Bad Boys Pistons, Vinny the Microwave, Vinny Johnson. You know why he was Vinny the Microwave, Josh?
I didn't know.
Because he heated up quick, like a microwave.
There you go.
And back in the 80s, when the microwave was still like a pretty hot new invention, that was like a big deal. Vinny the Microwave, 15. Tim Hudson, 15. Dick McGuire, 15. I played with Dick McGuire's kid, I think, in high school. His kid or his nephew, I forget exactly what he was, but he was related to Dick McGuire and Al McGuire. Ben Sheets, 15.
Ooh, may he rest in peace, Brandon Clark.
Brandon Clark, 15. This was one of my favorite non-Red Sox players growing up. A Sandy Alomar Jr., 15. I love Sandy Alomar Jr. I thought he was awesome. We got a Doug Drabeck, 15. The 1990 National League Cy Young Award winner. Wayne Embry, 15. A Mario Chalmers, 15. A Ladd McConkey, 15.
Oh, I should have known Ladd McConkey. I love him.
And guy who I thought was going to be a very, very good player for a very long time and ended up having some real problems, a Devon Bess, 15. I remember him on the Dolphins. I thought he was going to be the future of that receiving group. And the next thing you know, he was posting like fully nude photos of himself on Instagram and just completely, I think he tried to bring a gun through the airport or something. It was this whole thing. But yeah, Devon Bess, 15. All right, let's get to some fun facts about the number 15. The chemical element phosphorus has the atomic number 15. Andy Warhol once said, in the future, everyone's going to be famous for 15 minutes. In Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, Caesar is warned to beware of the Ides of March, which is March 15th. In rugby union, a game is played between two teams of 15 players each. Henry Addington was the 15th Prime Minister of the United Kingdom from 1801 to 1804. A 15th wedding anniversary is called the Crystal Anniversary. On a Scrabble board, there is a grid of 15 by 15 squares. In mathematics, the number 15 is a lucky number, a triangular number, a hexagonal number, and a pentatope number, which I'm sure you already knew. Elizabeth I was crowned Queen of England on January 15th. In Hebrew, the number 15 is spelled differently. 10 and 5, which makes it Yod Hey. I probably said that wrong. In fact, I'm sure I said that wrong. But it is pronounced differently, I can tell you that. In many Latin American cultures, a girl's 15th birthday marks her transition to womanhood. It's called a quinceañera. In tennis scoring, the first point scored in a standard game of tennis is 15. 15 marks exactly 1/4 of an hour, a fundamental unit for scheduling and timekeeping worldwide. 15 is the magic constant of the unique 3x3 magic square, using numbers 1 through 9. Every row, column, and diagonal adds up to 15. And also, it's a triangular number, which means you can arrange 15 dots into a perfect equilateral triangle at 1, 2, 3, 4, and 15. Is that enough, or should I give you some more facts about the number 15?
What else is there to learn about the number 15?
The Earth rotates exactly 15 degrees of longitude every hour.
Nice.
Which is the basis for our 24 global time zones. The 1971 NASA mission Apollo 15 was the first to use a lunar roving vehicle. It takes roughly 15 Earth days for Jupiter's largest moon to complete an entire orbit around the planet. Of the original 12 amendments proposed by James Madison, 15 states ratified the 10 that became the Bill of Rights. And in the Spanish alphabet, the letter N is the 15th letter of the alphabet, but it's the N with the little squiggle over it, which is a character not found in English. So there you go. And we don't have any late breakers, it seems like, so we're not going to get to a 60. I feel like we went through a lot of numbers there. A lot of numbers and a lot of facts. So all that's really left to do is right here, right now. I want to know from you, Josh, even though you're still kind of a suspect, who do you think stole the headphones?
I'm going to go... If we're going off of who we crossed off...
We're going off of all the evidence that's been presented.
think it's got to be someone from the morning show.
Okay. Who?
I'm going to go, I'm going to cross off Wiggy.
Cross off Wiggy.
I'm going to cross off Shime. I'm probably going to cross off Greg. I'm down to Courtney and Curtis.
So a texter, I think Jackson texted me and said that Courtney doesn't wear headphones either.
That's true. Courtney doesn't.
So it's not her then.
By default, my prime suspect would then be Curtis.
So it's Curtis. If it was someone from the morning show, it would have to be Curtis.
That would be my prime suspect.
Because who else even uses them? I guess one other thing we didn't think of is, did anyone have like guests this week that were live in studio?
Ty Law.
Ty Law was live in studio.
Ty Law was here in studio. I don't remember if you wore headphones.
Did Ty Law take my headphones? Is Ty Law currently in possession of my headphones?
Oh, well,
did he intercept my headphones?
No, I can vouch for him because I was in the Twitch studio the whole time Ty Law was here, and he never stopped by. So I can't say it was Ty Law
Did
either.
someone else go in and get him and say, oh, we need headphones for Ty Law?
No. The only two people I saw go in there was Jones and Keith, and I can vouch for the two of them. So I think my prime suspect is Curtis.
So we're back to Curtis. Okay.
Because I know Curtis has borrowed my headphones before, but he has given them back.
Yeah. Curtis and Mego, I think, are the two prime suspects.
Yeah.
Mego, who really trying to throw the scent off of herself.
What color were they?
They're, black, whatever. Black with sort of like a navy, like a dark navy blue on the actual parts that go over the ears. Band was black. They just looked like every other pair of Bose headphones. Which is why I originally didn't think there was anything to this. I figured, well, someone just grabbed them by accident and forgot that they had them or whatever. But now it's been nearly a week. They were removed from the case and not put back in the case, and that, to me, suggests nefariousness. I don't want to come into work suspicious of everybody. I don't want to come into work pointing fingers, raising my eyebrows, secretly, talking to Ken or Kurt or somebody like that, but the whole time thinking, is this the mother bleeper that stole my headphones? Who wants to live like that? I certainly don't.
You know what you should do?
What should I do?
Because you were complaining about how there's not enough decorations in that room.
It's true.
Behind you, like how in detective movies they'll put like
the string and all the
pictures? The string and the big circles. That's what you should do with that board behind there.
That's a great idea.
Let's do it.
That's the best idea I've ever heard in my life.
And then the morning show will come in tomorrow and see it.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not going to do it now because it's time to go. But that is a very good idea. Okay. All right. I'll start thinking about how that's going to work. Because I am assuming that the next time I'm live in studio here for a full 4-hour show, I'm not going to have my headphones. I'm just assuming that whoever took them, and that's it. I'm not getting them back. I've made peace with that. But now I want to find out who did it. Now I would like to know who did it.
What are you going to do when you find out who did it?
I'm going to...
Because the tension's there. You're serious.
It depends who it is. If it's Ted Johnson, I'm not going to do anything.
That's fair. That's
Ted
fair.
Johnson, I'm going to say, enjoy the headphones. I hope you wear them in health, my friend. If it's anybody else who works here, except maybe Wiggy. Wiggy, I wouldn't want to step to like that either. But anybody else, I feel like we could, do what we got to do. Right? You took my stuff. Let's go. All right? I may lose, but I'm not gonna get punked here at work.
You gonna fight Mego?
I'll fight Mego. I'll fight anybody. Fight Sean, except Ted. Obviously, I'm not gonna fight Ted. I don't want to die, and I don't want to. I don't want to fight anybody. But I don't want people stealing my crap either. I don't want people thinking they can get away with that. Prison rules. Got to make an example out of people. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, that's all the time we have here tonight. Want to say thanks to Christopher Smith. Want to say thanks to Tom King. Thanks to Josh back there behind the glass. I'm Christian Arcand. I'll be back tomorrow on the afternoon show, 2 to 6. I think just me and Ken, maybe? Me, Ken, and Ted? No Rich tomorrow. But you will hear me starting at 2 o'clock right here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. Good night now.
Super suit? What? Where is my super suit? Tell me where my suit is, woman! We are talking about the greater good!
Watch for Booty tonight. Craig Breslow, you'll hear him.
Go away, go away. I'm so tired of this. Freaking go away, you freak.
For 35 years, Avellino's has been Medford's kitchen. They're famous for huge portions and massive 14-inch subs, but they're also your event headquarters. Planning a corporate meeting or private party? Book their beautiful, spacious function room for up to 100 guests. Or let their catering team bring the feast to you with packages starting at just $10 a head. From boardroom to dining room, nobody feeds Boston like Avellino's does. When you want the best, you know where to go. Go Avellino.com. That's GoAvellino.com.
Men, if your energy is down, your workouts aren't producing results, you're gaining stubborn weight, losing muscle, sleeping poorly, or just not feeling like yourself anymore, it may be more than just aging. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health. Our low T and body composition treatments are designed to help men regain energy, improve focus, sleep better, build lean muscle, reduce unwanted fat, and restore confidence both in and out of the gym. At Northeast Men's Health, we specialize in helping men optimize their health, performance, and vitality. Using personalized medical treatments tailored to your health and goals, many men begin noticing improvements in energy, mental clarity, recovery, motivation, libido, and overall body composition within just a few weeks. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes PSA and a T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000 or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 7 offices, including our new office in Bridgewater.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Ah, summer, the smell of sunscreen, backyard barbecues, and... Wait a minute. Why does your bathroom smell like that? Summer fun can be tough on your plumbing. Between extra house guests, cookouts, and the kids home from school, your drains are working overtime. That's why you need Drains by James. From expert drain cleaning and pipelining, they'll keep your pipes flowing all summer long. Because at Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes. Don't let a clogged drain ruin your summer vacation. Visit drainsbyjames.com today.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. We are back to the best of WEEI, Boston Sports Original.
Oh, it is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtlieb, Ken Laird, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. And joining us right now, your interim manager of the Boston Red Sox, Mr. Chad Tracy. And he's brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox radio network, by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. Chad, obviously this is a weird slump that the team seems to be going through. What has bothered you the most during these 4 losses from what you've seen?
Afternoon, guys. I wouldn't say anything bothers me other than just the losses themselves. That's all. Like, obviously we're playing very well and we're going through a little spell right here. And, different things have popped up that are not the exact brand of baseball we have been playing for the last 6 or 7 weeks. But you just got to fight through it. It's part of it. You got to fight through it and find a way out on the other side.
Chad, I heard Jim Rice on Ness in the postgame last night evaluating some of the swings, and he described it as sort of over-swinging, a lot of uppercuts. I know it's a small sample size, but just over this 4-game stretch where the clutch hitting has not gone away, do you see any of that? What Jim is observing, sort of almost a trying too hard approach?
It's usually the case when you go through a stretch like we are, and if the crazy thing is we've had a chance to win all these games, but like you're struggling to push runs across the way we were before, and you see some of the runners in the scoring position numbers. Human nature is like these guys care so much, they want to get it done, that sometimes you try a little harder. And when we get back to the place where we get a big hit or two and everybody takes a deep breath, it'll work itself out. But yeah, it's probably not wrong in some respects, that observation.
Can I ask you something, just backtracking a couple nights? How did none of the players know that there was only 1 out in the 7th Monday night? And it wasn't just you guys, it was Toronto as well. Yeah. Like when you were on the field, how did nobody know what the amount of outs were?
I think it was a culmination of a handful of things. The play prior to the one that you're talking about was a weird play too. It was a line drive hit to Vladdy's backhand that was like barely picked out of the dirt, and Wong had stopped thinking, did he catch it? And I'm doubled off, and then he ended up throwing to second anyways. So between that play there, which we should still know the outs, there's no excuse, but I think for both teams, like it was just one of those moments where something happens that kind of messes with your brain. You're like, did he catch that? Was that a double play? Why did Wong stop? And that play, and then combined with the next one, you saw everybody react when the ball was caught, and some of the defense started walking off the field, and our guys were running, and there was a lot of confusion as to what was going on there.
Chad, with the new lineup construction with Rutschman in there, how will that evolve over the last month and a half? And for instance, do you need a leadoff hitter sort of locked in by the postseason? Or are you going to experiment a little bit with things?
I think it depends, like how we're going. I think right now when you look at it, and as we were looking at that, like how well Massa has swung the bat over this stretch, that if you fire him in the leadoff spot and his ability to take walks and get on base and drive the ball, that it stacks quite a few good hitters up there at the top of the lineup. And then, with the Sogi or Siegler combo with how we're constructed right now, the 9-hole, both of whom can put the ball in play and get on base and flip the lineup in the 9-hole and get it flipped back to the top. It looks on paper at least like a really good construction. And with our roster the way it is right now, I don't see it changing much, particularly against right-handed pitching. When there's a lefty in there, you might want to get Eli involved and Jam involved. But against right-handed pitching, it seems like the most logical thing to do.
We're talking to Chad Tracy. And Chad, Wilson Contreras plays as hard as anybody in your clubhouse. All season he's been doing that. And that's why last week doesn't really add up to me. There was the play where he didn't run one out, and the stuff that Sean McAdam reported about Wilson angrily refusing to speak with the media. I'm not trying to bury him. I just want to know if he's all right.
Oh, no, he's okay. I just think there's a lot going on with him, you guys. You got to keep in mind, a couple of weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago, whatever it was, he slams the ball off his foot. So he gets through that. He gets hit in the head in L.A. He gets through that, has to take a couple days. Then he gets sick. And in the midst of some of the stuff that, came out about, Wilson doesn't want, it's like this guy at the end of some of those games, I'm pretty sure all he wanted to do was take a shower and go home and get in bed. He came back to us for those last 2 games and played. But certainly coming off of what he was coming off of was not necessarily at 100% physically. He's gone through a lot, bumps, bruises. The guy posts, he plays, and if he's banged up. So I think I'm glad you let it off the way you did. That I don't know if you can make a case for